Barbados, saying you were cornered here is quite an exaggeration. You voluntarily placed yourself up on this train car, but at the same time, it seems like she's closing the distance relatively quickly. You take a step backwards as she darts forwards, sword outstretched, and she plunges it into the wooden, almost... I don't know what to call this thing. The one little... second tiny train on top of the first train? She plunges her blade deep inside of it and actually more or less pins you in place.
Well, aren't you excited?
Her expression sort of darkens slightly as a gunshot goes off behind her. Her eyes sort of peer open at you. So, are you going to be a problem?
Well, I don't know, am I?
She takes her hand off the sword and actually relaxes slightly. Seems not.
Yeah?
She starts to walk past you.
Wait, hey. He, make sure he stays, like, upwind.
Yeah.
And you can't just... Look, I may not be stopping you, but that doesn't mean you can just pass without a conversation or something.
A conversation? Really? Is that what you're after?
No, potentially. I don't know. Some interesting things are going on right now. Like, let's see. You, suddenly becoming a lot more interesting. Certain things like, I don't know, showing me exactly the kind of potential that I thought you had.
Her eyes sort of close again. Really? More interesting now, huh? She takes a step backwards, holds the end of the sword and just yanks it out. Usually I'm told quite the opposite. I'm significantly less interesting when I'm, She sort of tousles her hair slightly. When I'm pursuing my own means. Her eyes sort of close. So, I have to ask, what's so interesting about me?
Well, you see, back at the shrine, I got some interesting looks at you, especially the magic that you keep such a tight grip on. You see, the magical aura spewing out of a person can tell you a lot about them. Typically, like, their relationships to their magic. Like, people who don't care whether people know will give off strong auras. People who have magic that don't want people to know just won't give anything. And then people that try to reject it and keep it in so tight, it's like a void inside their heart.
Sure. Her eye closes again. And I assume, based on the tenor of the conversation, I'm the last one.
Yes. You keep such a tight grip on your magic. Why?
She sort of, like, looks back to you. I think I could ask you the same thing.
Mine's for tactical advantage, I guess is the best way to put it. My magic is my own, but like a knife, it's better felt, not seen.
I guess we follow the same philosophy, then. Is what I say if I was looking for the easy answer. She sort of trails off. She shakes her head. To tell you the truth, I've just never pursued it fully. It's taken whatever shape it's naturally fallen in. I haven't poked or prodded at it too much, and it's only sometimes that other people draw it out of me.
So it takes other people to draw it out of you, then?
She nods.
Keep that in mind.
Yes, if you're trying to get a rise out of me tonight, I'm afraid I won't. Her expression sort of focuses in. Unfortunately, I do need the train car to be intact.
Yeah. Then what about this comic? He pulls it out.
Oh. The tone lightens on her. Like, you can feel it. She's like this at first, and then just, over to... Doop. She's like, yeah, well, what about that comic?
You said, you need the train intact.
Yes, I do.
You never said you needed this comic intact.
I'd prefer it if the comic were intact. I believe you promised to give it to me later.
Promises, promises. Do you really trust a man like me to give you promises?
I mean, if you don't, I'll just follow my second path.
Oh, his second path, what, is killing me?
No, I just buy it from somewhere else.
It's a little less dramatic than I thought it was. Usually it's like
I'm aware.
a baby you're dangling off the side of a train, a baby, a wife, a damsel in distress.
Usually. Have you done this more than once?
Oh no, I'm typically not on trains,
What?
but it's
Okay.
something I dream about occasionally.
She like starts to walk over. So you're holding my comic hostage like it's a baby or a wife or a damsel in distress. What are you doing?
I didn't know how much of a fan you were.
I mean, yeah, I'm kind of a diehard fan, but at the same time, it's a comic's the comic. I can always pick one up later. Also, it's a magazine.
Yes, magazine. I'll keep that in mind. So, the magic's something you can only use when riled up, or only want to use when riled up.
Something different than that. It's not explosive. Like I know a lot of mages who have like fire or ice. It just comes pouring out when they can't control their emotions.
Yes.
It's not really like that. It's more like a barrier that separates me more from the world. It's really uncomfortable. So I don't like to use it very much. Like right now, just imagine you couldn't touch anything at all. Like,
yes.
You were just floating out there in space. You couldn't taste, you couldn't eat, you couldn't smell. Nothing.
Yeah.
Sensory deprivation. It's a waste.
So you feel like your magic cuts you off from the world because it's too dangerous, too weird, too crazy?
It's just gross. Her eye, like, opens up again. It makes me feel isolated apart, and I'm worried it'll get stuck on. Like, if I became a super strong mage, maybe I'd never taste again. Maybe I'd never smell again.
Yes, that's always the concern. Your magic is something very destructive, but don't you think you could find more constructive means of using it?
She sort of sighs. I have a basic mastery of what it does. She, sort of like, she takes a step backwards. And you notice something. The way that she's moving, she's almost hanging in the air slightly above the train car. My ability to balance up here is not due to physical efforts. I'm using what little of my magic I can to draw myself to the train side. I assume you're just holding on with incredible thigh strength or something. Her eyes close!
I don't know, I have my ways.
That's exceptionally cryptic, especially from a person who's expecting a lot of answers from his conversation partner.
Nice. I'm the question giver, not the question answerer, you see.
She closes her eye again. I'm sure a lot of people find that very frustrating.
Of course. But, listen. You say your magic could separate you from the world, but honestly, don't you understand that magic is the most worldly thing there is?
How so?
Do you know about the origin point, Tia?
No, not really. That's something that Elixia would be more enthusiastic about.
Ah, I see. So you're not really a mage then, you're just a vessel. A vessel of magic.
I've heard that term as well, too. Yeah, I guess that title suits me.
The origin point, Tia, is something, it's the seed, which things grow from. All points, martial and magical, come from the same exact point.
She sort of shakes her head. So, I guess someone like me who's focused on magic, but not really... I don't embody my magic, I just use it when it's available. Someone like me who's not that interested in martial arts either probably has very little to do with this origin of yours.
Now imagine, right, Tia, you were born with a very strong right hand.
Yes, I can imagine this.
Now, imagine you had to keep that hand tied up your entire life and only used it when you needed to use it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like your magic. It's like a body part. Keeping it tied up is just waste. You wouldn't want your right hand tied up constantly.
Well, she points at the magazine again. As you know, if you truly are a fan, keeping something locked away and sealed just for the right moment has its own merits as well.
He unintentionally makes a reference to the comic. That's a look. It's a magazine, by the way. What? This is fiction. He taps the magazine. This is real life. Okay. You could be so much greater. You could follow any goal that you wished, but yet it seems like you're nothing more than a puppet to someone else's cause.
She, her eyes open again. I've been called worse before. At the very least, if I'm a puppet to a cause I believe in. She sort of like taps the sword again and actually sheathes it. I mean, after all, whether it's my ideals or someone else's, if I believe them with my entire heart, does it really make a difference?
I'm gonna guess that checks out. Explains why you're smiling a lot more here. Not that fake smile you put on in public. That real smile.
Her eyes close again. Oh, that one's real as well. Different smiles for different occasions. Her eye opens again and, like, scans you pretty closely. This has been a very polite conversation. Making an impolite expression seems like a mismatch. Trust me, you'd have to do something really bad to get that look out of me.
I'll consider it.
She, her expression actually relaxes visibly, and she's like, well, sounds like a promise. Anyway, I've got a job to finish. She starts to move off in this direction and then just around the other way.
No, there she goes. I'll just wait for Bretta to be crumpled on the ground or something, and then...
Hey,
yeah,
she's probably gonna need a lot of help.
Yeah, she always does.
Her eye closes again, and she's like, yeah, be, nice to her. I know I'm really not in any grounds to say that, but, I can't imagine what she's going through right now.
So you're telling me to be nice to her?
She nods.
I'm sorry to say, but I've been nice to her already.
Keep it up, then.
Believe it or not, this rudeness I'm giving you is nicer than most people.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I'll keep that in mind. She smiles.
Yeah, here's your magazine.
Really?
Yeah,
You sure?
I already read it. Yeah, I read it on the train ride.
Yeah, you're reading it on the roof while Beretta was inside. Well, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I hope everything goes well with you, and I hope you don't get fired or anything. It'd be a shame.
I won't be fired for this. I'm too damn important. I'm a doctor. What am I supposed to do with train robbers? If they wanted me to do this job, they should have paid me for it.
Actually, that's a good question. Tia, about to hop down, looks down into the train and notices that things are progressing down there already. And she sort of turns back. Why are you here? I was expecting Beretta at the very least, but why did they send you as well?
I don't know. Some sense of, I could get the job done if I wanted to.
And you're choosing not to.
If I so choose, I could stop your plan right here, right now. But
she seems
sadly,
to turn that over in her head.
My biggest flaw is that I don't care that much.
Oh. I see then.
Now, if they compensated me with money, then that would be a different question.
Her cool eye appraises you once again, this time glassy and clear. Huh. Well, in that case, I think I'll return to you the same compliment you provided me. Seems like a lot of wasted potential, huh? She jumps and hops down into the train below.
Yeah.
Hey, you got that smile.
Yeah.
Barbados, you cross back over and you move back towards your charge. You're pretty sure she's on fire down there.
It's nothing new.
You cross over back to the other side of the train, and you just spread this wide variety of wounds. Cassius, you're at lunch with your best friends.
Yeah.
Let's do this one.
Such good friends with all these people, Cassius.
I really am.
You've known Skyus for like 2 days. He slept in your closet twice.
Seely's here. You
My
presumably
most trusted friend.
your most trusted friend. The gatekeeper sat down at the table when he noticed there were people here. He looks over to the three of you and is like, "I'm going to ask if I can use that bathroom as a connection for the Mirage District."
Oh.
Usually I ask, and due to the stipulations of my contract, they don't need to say yes. I simply must ask. I'm considering taking their opinions into account.
Ignoring the tall man that's in the kitchen right now.
Yeah, no, tall man's fine. Listen, he's having
fine.
a great time
He's
up
not
there.
good.
Oh, do you want to go ask the person at the counter then?
Yes, I will do so.
Cassius walks over like he's here to help.
Wow.
It seems like they're getting along.
Excuse
Sky.
me.
Oh, go ahead.
Move over, and she's like, "Hey, what's up?
My friend here had a question to ask you.
I would like to use your bathroom." "Yeah, it's in the back. You guys are paying customers permanently." Anyway, back here.
Skyus sits there. He's like, you know, weirdly enough, last time I saw that guy outside of the Mirage District, he was also looking to commandeer someone's bathroom.
I see. That seems to be his tactic then. What a fascinating creature. I'd love to rip him
got told-
apart.
Oh, I mean, you could ask him.
She's like, "Oh, would that be polite?"
I guess. I don't know many people who personally would enjoy being ripped to pieces.
Gatekeeper walks back over and past, and Seely's like, hello, Gatekeeper. Yes. Can I dissect you to know what's going on inside your, very essence?" Her expression sparkles. "No, you may not." He moves past, and she goes, "Oh, darn."
Well, at least you asked. As he emerges into the bathroom.
Hold on. I've got to do a thing. This is very important.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, no, last time someone said that no, they couldn't. Last time I saw him, person said no. But then, like, I popped out of the entrance to there. So I guess he just did it anyways.
Cassius, this person said, like, the gatekeeper briefly explained and then just left.
I see. I want this.
You want this? You want this thing?
I want this thing.
You want to order that thing from the restaurant?
I want it. I want it.
Oh.
Cassius points at it and goes, "Oh, do you need that?"
I don't know what this is. It just showed up one day. Are you after, like, I think it's like an after dinner mint or something?
Oh. I saw some over, like, I've seen them popping up a couple of places. If you don't need it or anything, would it be alright if I took it?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
I take it. It's
Okay.
mine now.
I've got to add mask.
Okay, I come back and sit down. I'm sorry, I saw it and I was
Yeah.
like, mine.
This is mine.
That's yours now. Skyus looks over to Cassius. So, Cassius, how have you been doing recently?
I'm alright. I'm gonna assume this is like the day or two after he slept at the tide's edge.
Yes.
So he's like, I'm doing okay. I've been hanging out at the tide's edge a lot.
Oh, nice. You having fun with them?
Yeah,
You have
they're
a...
like a second home.
I see.
Huh.
Did you have a nice slumber party? I could hear the noise all the way over from the church. They're quite loud.
He smiles. Yeah, they are.
This guy kind of thinks to himself for a bit. Yeah, I haven't had really many opportunities to meet many of them. He leans back in his chair. So far, I've only met Tyr, and he thinks, almost says Sonder. Nope.
And then you look back and she's like this again. The Sonder thing seems to get a chuckle out of her whenever it comes up.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't think I've met many others.
Well, there's Ami. She's like my big sister, and she's like the quartermaster. And there's Karsh, and he's Karsh. He's great. There's Seymour. I don't know him very well. And there's Chance, who's very quiet but very polite.
Oh.
And of course, there's the Tide Master, Vaughn.
Yes, but Vaughn isn't with the Tide right now.
Oh? Seely's everything perks up. I thought it was strange when Vaughn wasn't represented at the meeting. I actually miss him greatly.
Tyr is actually the current Tide Master. Vaughn...
Oh, I was very rude to him then.
Vaughn, I don't know exactly what happened, but all of his bonds got, like, obliterated, so no one remembers him.
Oh.
And so he lost his position as Tide Master simply because no one remembers him.
Oh.
Only a handful of people do. So he's, like, living... I don't know where. I need to find him. I'm tired to make sure he's okay.
You see Seely's expression shift between, like, layers of excitement, and then you're like, I don't know where, and she's like, ah.
That sounds like it might have been really painful.
Yeah, I don't think he's having a great time. Imagine if you... Hear me out. Imagine if you adopted and raised a bunch of kids, and you spent your whole life raising them and taking care of them, and then one day, they all forgot who you were.
Looks at Seely.
That's really interesting. Can you imagine? What type of heartache must he be going through? I have to find him.
Well, I'm going to be looking for him soon. I think that he's somewhere over in Seaside.
If you find his location, please let me know. I'd love to catch up on old times.
Sure.
Hard cut to Vaughn playing Indigo equivalent of fucking Sorry in there with Cosmo.
With Cosmo in a closet.
In a fucking closet.
Seely's like eyes sort of close, and she's like, a few years ago, when I came to the city, I contacted the various monster hunting families. There were far more of them back then. And
yeah, I believe all of them got kicked out of the city after the Empty Night.
Yes, their weapons are so fascinating. She like, gets that look. She's like, I believe a few of them have legends surrounding them. For example, the Tide Master Vaughn was a legend in his own right. When he died, if he died, I would love to collect whatever weapon killed him, as well as the weapon that he used to slay others.
I believe that all of the Tide's weapons are currently in the Tempest Strong House outside the city.
Oh, that's... Tempest claimed them already, I see.
Yes.
You could always, I don't know, this guy is, like, moles around his head for a second. Ask to borrow some, maybe.
Please don't.
Or we could... Yeah, no, like, these two have a moment of, like, we could ask to borrow some, and Seely's like, or we could steal them. That's what she was about to say. And then Cassius goes, please don't. And it's just like, okay.
I think everyone wants those back. at some point.
Ah, I see. So they were taken by force.
Yes.
Oh, that's...
They're like sick trophies that they use to loiter their power over the tide.
That's frustrating. A weapon can't do its job in a trophy case.
It is. It's very frustrating.
How does that make you feel?
I wish that they would treat the tide better. I don't like the idea that the tide have to answer to Aranea and also be the, like, hated stepchild.
Oh, would it be more preferable if they were the liked stepchild?
I think it'd be preferable if they were neither the stepchild and were their own independent entity, but between the two, yeah, I'd prefer if they were the loved stepchild, I guess.
I'm wondering if there's anything I can do about this. She sort of like trails off, muttering to herself slightly.
Skyus kind of thinks to himself a little bit. You could always sneak them things, I guess.
Ooh, that's not a bad idea.
Sneaking people things something I do all the time.
That sounds like fun, actually. Her expression lights up and she looks over to Skyus and then Cassius. What type of things do they need?
I think they have weapons. They have... I think... To be honest, I think they need ghosts to kill.
Seely starts to like whistle very quietly, and someone in the background just hears the noise after looming and is like
Yeah.
reappears in this corner down here.
Fucking Grundoogles.
It's just like a situation where they've lost all their territory and they've been allocated to ghost hunting, so I feel like if they could actually kill some ghosts, maybe things would go good for them.
Oh.
Seely's everything is standing on end. She loves this idea so much. I assume that she thinks she's like, ghosts, okay. Well, I could probably make something happen in that regard. You probably don't want them directly endangered, correct?
Cassius thinks, I would prefer if they weren't gonna, like, die, but I do think if it was a fake fight, it would make them angry.
Oh.
You know how the Tide are.
You're speaking my language. Cassius, a chill runs down your spine. You're not sure why, though. Seely's very trustworthy.
I trust Celia implicitly. We're talking in hypotheticals anyway.
We're talking entirely in hypotheticals. Seely, like, looks over to Skyus and is like, Do you think it'd be possible to, like, attract the attention of otherwise unaffiliated spirits in their direction?
Oh yeah, probably.
Sneaking them ghosts. What a fascinating concept.
You got this necklace you gave me. Maybe we could use that to, like, lure something over there.
Oh, that's excellent. Yeah, Cassius, you officially start to set up what is going to be the Tide in a Scooby-Doo adventure with these two chuckle fucks fighting ghosts.
Like big public ghost killing that happens. It's like...
she's deeply thinking about this and is like, well, that's fun. She blinks a few times. It's great that you care about the Tide so much. They've really come a long distance. They used to be so small.
Yeah, I think when all the monster hunters left that a lot of them joined the Tide.
Ah. That's kind of neat in its own way.
I guess their family has grown that much larger.
That's what they said. They invited me, but Vaughn told me not to join.
Oh, what's that?
I think I have more sway in the city if I don't join. I'll be more helpful to them if I'm not with them.
Expand upon that concept. In what way? How do you hold more sway in the city if you're not affiliated with a faction?
Well...
She leans in and listens very intently.
I guess because the Tide are kind of trapped in a little box. You know what I mean? Like, they're trapped in the little area that Aranea says they can hang out in, and they can't really do anything outside of it, and I, as an individual, can kind of do whatever I want.
Oh. She looks at Skyus.
That's pretty fun. He thinks to himself for a little bit. You know, honestly, he kind of gets like a sort of a weird look on his face for a second. We could set up a going back to that weird ghost idea. We did find a lot of these at the manor. We got a lot of these like cursed object things. He kind of like wiggles his fingers in the air from the local woods and things like that. Some of those might be haunted, actually.
Well, the Tide...
Invested. Sorry, Cassius, go on. This one's leaning over.
The Tide are currently keeping hold of all of Arch's cursed artifacts that she had because the Tempest told her she couldn't sell them anymore.
Lean.
Oh, that's interesting, he thinks to himself. Maybe if we, like, bash two cursed objects together, it'll make something, like,
Explode!
extra spooky.
Generally, I think they explode.
Oh!
Cely's just, like, twitching in her seat. Like, this conversation has fascinated her. Tide or not, I'd love to see those cursed objects that you're keeping locked away in your mansion.
Oh yeah, I can bring some to you sometime.
Sits back, looks very satisfied.
Arch has a bunch in her shop. She used to sell them, but she's not allowed to anymore, so the ones that she doesn't want to keep with her are all at the Tide.
Oh, yes, we went on a date recently.
Really? He gets like excited. Did it go good?
I think it did.
I think it went well. She seemed happy. You seemed like you were having fun.
Yes, I've received her number.
Yeah,
Oh,
I did
that's
too.
really good.
We both did
I
a
hope
very
you guys
good
get
job.
along. She's my best friend.
Really?
Yes.
Her eyes close. And she seems to, like, churn that over in her mind. That's a little surprising to me.
Why?
She like, looks over to you and sort of, like, her expression sort of, like, gazes across again. She, like, tilts her head back and forth. You seem relatively close with a lot of people, actually. Her smile, like, splits back over this way. I'm surprised you have a best friend out of the entire lot.
I have a lot of people that I care about, but Arch is certainly my best friend.
Celie smiles.
That's really nice.
She, like, it's funny. She, like, it feels like she's thinking about something related to the Cassie she might have used to know, but, like, weirdly, that seems to almost fade away as you, like, react to her various statements. Almost like something in her mind is changing as she speaks to you.
Oh, he's so curious. He's like, oh, he's gonna poke at it.
Oh.
He's gonna poke at it because he's unawares.
Yep.
He's like, did I have a different best friend or something back in the day? Or a bunch of best friends or something back in the day?
Different best friend. No, you were more of, from what I understand, you were something of a loner?
Really? I got told, Tyr told me that I had a lot of friends.
She pinches her eyes closed again, and you understand the expression and the intention of that. And it is, yes, but that's Julia's Tyr telling you that.
Ah, I see. So an even lonelier loner telling a loner they have a lot of friends. That's what that was.
Yeah, she relaxes. Yes, that's more or less the long and short of it.
I see.
The last
So
time
I didn't have a best friend then.
you might have. The last time that we spoke, you just you were mostly on your own. In fact, you tried to arrest me.
Yeah. Talk about that too loud.
She sort of keeps it down. She's like, yes, of course. No, you and another one of your associates actually managed to track me down a while back.
Really?
Yes.
Was it Sonder?
Nods.
Yeah, that makes sense. We're both detectives.
Yes, I had a chance to speak to both of you at length. You told me about all the greatest parts of the city. Meanwhile, your associate, she sort of trails off. He left, rapidly. The second I was considered not a threat, he decided to leave.
Sounds about right.
However, you actually led me around on a very nice day. But, the majority of it was dedicated to you. Mostly telling me about the different places that you liked. And then you'd get a pained look in your eyes sometimes and be like, don't ask me about that one.
Oh!
and I would listen along and nod, and you did a great job. Honestly, she looks over to Skyus. More or less, do you know what Skyus and I have been getting up to?
No, what?
He's been showing me the city again.
Yeah.
It's a very similar experience to the one that we went through before. You showed me all of your favorite places, and I decided to not pry too much. But you did seem, how do I put this? Yes, you seemed, very dedicated, is the best way to put it. Like, the second I seemed to need help, you canceled everything for the rest of your day and decided to lead me around town, a lost tourist.
I guess that makes sense. It was probably more fun than going to work.
Oh, I didn't even think of that. I just thought you were a particularly scrupulous individual. You asked me a lot of puzzling questions.
Like what? Like the one from before?
Yes. Her expression
were there
lights
other
up.
ones?
Yes, first of all, she turns over to Skyus. I want to hear your answer to this question. This is one that was asked to me from motions with head to Cassius. What do you find more important? Justice or kindness?
He thinks about that. Drop, swing, roll the dice. Think he's still locked into red. Yeah. Well. Honestly, if you ask me, I don't really care too much about either of those things.
Oh, why is that? Do you find something more important?
That's a good question. I guess the thing I find overall more important is intent.
Oh? How so?
Oh, like he thinks to himself a little bit. Well, lots of folks do things around me that don't particularly like match what I want, but I'm sure they have a good intent behind it. Therefore, I don't feel too bad about it. He smiles, thinks back to all the shit.
I see. So long as someone's intentions are good, their actions are good.
Maybe. It's all subjective, I guess. He kind of floats his fingers in the air.
And what if somebody acts without intent?
Then I guess that's just their instinct.
Ooh, what about things without instincts? Like storms. What's your opinion on a storm? Seely's getting into this.
He thinks about that. Well, a storm. He thinks so. Could be pretty cool.
She blinks. Okay.
What?
That's cool.
What? He's like, well, to put it this way, a storm is like one of those things that can like destroy everything, but also create everything. Kind of like fire or something like that, you know?
Oh. Cassius, you watch these two just go off for a bit, and you're like, and then her eyes scan back over to you, and she goes, well, what were some of those puzzles that you asked me? Oh, right, one of them. One of the most important ones. What is the weight of one life? That's a question you asked me.
Of one life?
What's the weight of a life?
I'd imagine it's extremely heavy.
She sort of, like, comes back. How can you explain? Use a point of comparison. Is it heavier than other things? Lighter than others?
If I had to imagine, it's probably the heaviest thing, maybe?
Oh, the heaviest thing of all. I see. So one life can impact many, many different things. Very few things outweigh a life.
Yeah, probably.
Huh. That's the same answer that I gave to you a long time ago, actually.
Oh, wow, really?
She
he
not-
kind of like, he like kind of laughs. He's like, oh, I didn't know.
She nods and she's like, yes. I answered.
Did I agree with
No. But, she sort of like sighs. You didn't necessarily disagree either. You just probed my point further. I said that a life was the heaviest thing of all. Because large and cataclysmic events, great changes in history, involve many lives. They're collections of stars that create the ultra-dense weight that controls the gravitational axis of the world. That's what I said. And then you turned back and you looked at me and said, what?
he laughs. He's like, yeah, that sounds about right.
Her expression relaxes again.
I kind of get it now.
Really?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Sparkle, 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 sparkle.
What was your answer to the other question?
Justice and kindness. She sits back in her chair and gets a more serious look and actually changes the music on the jukebox. She sort of shakes her head. I couldn't come up with an answer the first time. I think the question was a little too close to home, to be honest.
I see.
My job is to... I suppose I was interested in being asked a question from someone who's supposed to represent justice, from another person, to another person who's supposed to represent justice. My job as the OLED is to... I'm supposed to preside over all decisions within the Arbanchi tree. Imagine two people get in a fight and one strikes the other dead. It's my decision whether or not the person who struck that other person down should live or die.
Oh, that sounds like a lot of responsibility.
It is.
It's gotta be stressful, right?
You asked that question to Celie, and she's like, to tell you the truth, I don't know how to answer that question. You've done it again, I guess.
That's...
She looks back and she goes, the answer that I struggled with here was, if justice is the most important thing, then for what reason does justice exist? Doesn't it exist to make the world a more kind place? But similarly, if kindness is more important, then why do we even bother entertaining justice? We should always act with our hearts first and not our minds. So, I found myself caught in something of a knot.
Yeah. When you asked me, that's kind of where I ended up, and I ended up with... They can't really exist without the other, but if you're asking me which one I prefer, I think I like kindness. Just because justice is a little bit harder to pick.
See, that's funny. Because for me, justice as a concept is something that I more easily grasp. Kindness is the more difficult thing. Though, from what I understand, most people consider it to be fundamentally inalienable from who they are. Justice is something I get. She motions over with her head to the kitchen. Say someone over there was walking through the kitchen and they decided to reach in and pull out one of those nice carbonated beverages. And while they were transporting it across the floor, it detonated, causing them to become grievously wounded.
Oh.
Tell me, where would justice lie? Would it lie with this restaurant? Would they have to pay recompense to the person, pay their hospital bills? Would it be left to the company? Or is the person simply hit put? She sort of smiles, testing the phrase on her lips. Shit out of luck.
I think justice wouldn't be weight in anyone other than the person.
Oh? See?
Well, the circumstance is kind of like, it's not like it was an action done on purpose, it was just an action that kind of happened. So justice would be just making sure the person was okay.
Yes.
And however that could happen, I suppose.
Yes. You understand. She leans in and claps her hands together. In my case, the answer that I gave is a very simple one. Responsibility lies with the company that sold the bottle to begin with. They should set aside a certain amount of their profits to guarantee the safety of people who were wounded by them. That just makes sense. That's fairness. She relaxes back. But I have to wonder, where does kindness factor into all of this? This is a very cut and dry issue in my mind, but when you need to factor in what the best way to serve a person is, I can act from a point of justice and hope that that justice itself is kind. Her smile
Yes,
pinches at the
kindness-
corner.
Kindness factors in on wanting to make sure the person is okay afterwards.
Oh. Now that is a different answer than the one you provided before.
Oh, what did I say before?
Nothing.
Oh.
You simply nodded along with me. She sits back and is like, I'm impressed by your growth.
Thank you, I guess. I don't know.
Oh.
I like both of them, and I think that they both kind of have to exist at the same time, or they can't at all.
Maybe there's some value in the nod itself.
Yeah, probably.
Fascinating. She leans in again, and then her expression changes and she looks at the two of you. I've been really big into fortune-telling lately. Can I tell your fortunes?
Gaius's face shifts again. Yeah, sure.
Cassius gives a smile like, yeah, that sounds like fun.
Okay, well, I can actually tell a variety of different fortunes. Just for you, I'll let you pick. What do you want?
What are the options?
Okay, I have a few. She's going to roll it out. She goes, oh boy, okay, Seely, what are you feeling about your fortunes these days? So, love is staying, we like love. I'm keeping that 6. So she likes love, she's gonna keep that. She's going to keep, memories, / like, important moments is the way she's going to describe that. She's going to say adversity, challenge, etc. And then finally, the last one. What would match her white now? I'm thinking she's going to say, you know what? A really common one, fortune. So yeah, you've got, she runs down the list and she's like, I could give you a few fortunes. One, and the one that I'm most versed with, is love. The second is precious memories. Are you going to encounter anything particularly important, or is there something precious to you that's existing just beyond the periphery of your mind's eye? Then next, adversity, challenges that you might face in the future. And then finally, wealth or fortune. Just good luck. A classic fortune, but one I think that has value. She smiles.
Oh, all of those sound really fun. Well, I've had my love fortune told before pretty recently, so would it be good to get that one again to see if there's been change, or would that be a one where I want to get a different one?
Fervently starts focusing. Oh, someone else told your love fortune.
Yeah, on the island. I was on an island until a couple weeks ago, and there was a girl there named Hagen.
Okay.
And she told my love fortune.
Okay. Seely starts to get competitive. You feel it. You feel it activating. She's now thinking very heavily of like, oh, someone else told your love fortune, huh? I'm gonna do that. So she goes, of course. Love fortune is. Hold on. Time to roll for Hay. Oh, Hay doesn't have a character sheet, so I'm gonna just do her manually. She goes, we're gonna roll 1d20 plus 1d6 plus 6 since it's Agen. Okay, 21. That's the effectiveness of her love fortune. Seely, doink. Hers are technically weaker, so let's see. Yeah! Oh, Hey completely dumpsters her. So here's what happens. Let me grab you all. It's time to send you all to the Sealy dimension.
Oh wow.
Yeah. This gets to happen. Okay, down here. Sealy's fortune telling.
Oh god.
Get out of here. Go, shoo. Yeah, and then I've got to, very importantly, lock in this. There you go. So, someone else told your love fortune, huh? What did they say
Yes.
to you? If I can ask.
Cassius will go over the information that he was told.
Oh, I see. So, there are 2 important stars in your life.
Those are the ones that she picked up on, at least.
I see.
I don't really know how this stuff works.
She takes a step back this way and is going to like, oh no, Sealy. Okay, time to roll to human. That's a reasonable human roll.
That's a good human.
Good job. I'm gonna roll against the difficulty that Sealy faces being human. Ah, you beat it by 1.
Just barely human.
Just barely. She has a moment of like, time to empathize with this person. She turns around. She's like, 2 lives. Wow. If
2
you're-
what?
2 lives. What did you think I said?
Nothing.
These lives are closely intertwined with your own, yet they are not alone. You contain a multitude of different bonds running to and from you. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes.
Many hang heavy and... Many hang heavy and I was about to say ripe for the plucking. But you don't really pluck bonds, do you? You just enjoy
No.
them.
I thought you could pluck them.
Well, in that case, I have something important to tell you. She moves back over. Many of your bonds are growing heavily laden with different emotions.
Okay.
Basically, it means that your romance or your love is more intense than most people's.
Wow.
Oh.
Congratulations, that's very dramatic.
That's pretty incredible.
Her face splits open to a smile. Well, let's take perhaps a deeper look at this. She stares deep into your eye, and it's weird. There's that like almost inhuman glimmer behind it. The associations that you've made are changing rapidly, aren't they?
What do you mean?
They're not only ripe, they're volatile to some extent. Oh, how very interesting. Cassius, have you been through heartache lately? That simple observation. Your eyes appear to be tired from crying.
Oh. Really good at this.
Don't worry about it, though. It seems like your love, or something like that, she quickly adds, while it may contain a heavy burden on your life, it appears that just the same, it's growing. Cassius, do you like these emotions?
I don't know.
Does this make you feel all fluttery or something?
Sometimes.
Do you
Oh,
like...
then you probably like it.
Yes, do you like that fluttery sensation?
Yeah, I guess.
Cassius, can I ask, what feeling makes you cry then?
Consistent struggling. I guess I guess the part where they get upset or
Oh no.
Oh, is it other people being upset that makes you cry?
That's really upsetting.
Yeah.
I can understand that. You're a deeply empathetic person, aren't you?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess maybe. I don't.
No, you are. You have to be. Honestly, if people getting upset at you, specifically if you care about them a lot, you have to have some deep level of empathy. Cassius, it's clear that you care a lot.
Yeah.
So, here's your love fortune. She pinches her eyes shut. I've ascertained all the facts I need. Cassius,
Yeah.
do you consider yourself lucky or not? That's a question that you asked me before, by the way, as well.
I see. What did I say back then?
Oh, no, you asked me. I never got an answer from you.
I see. If I had to say lucky or unlucky,
Yes.
I can't say the middle.
Why would you say the middle? Explain yourself.
I don't think I have a heavy leaning. I guess if I
Wow.
was leaning any direction, it'd probably be unlucky.
Well, are you not leaning because the things that happen to you are mundane? Or because a lot of good things and a lot of bad things have happened to you?
Cassius stinks. I guess they're mundane?
More mundane
I
leaning.
think a lot of good and bad things happen to me,
Hmm.
but I think that there are a lot of bad things that happened that I don't remember.
I see.
Which maybe that's a good thing.
Her expression seems to, fall. That same insidious smile is spreading across her face, and she leans in close across the table and looks at you, and finally exhales and's like, well, in that case, your love fortune is... You're quite lucky.
I see.
She leans back. Honestly, when we look at it, if you view your life as a collection of mundane, different experiences, and you consider yourself unlucky overall, the fact that you have so many loves in your life is a lucky and joyous thing. Cassius, you should celebrate the bonds that you have. They're clearly very weighty.
I do like the bonds that I have.
And how many people did you say the other love fortune teller detected as loving you?
2.
I pick up 4.
Oh wow, that's
Mhm.
double.
Celie
That's
looks
pretty
proud. She sits back. As well as a bunch of minor crushes. It seems like a lot of people find you very attractive.
Congratulations.
It's not deeper love than that, but yes.
Okay, so there's a bunch of small crushes, but there are 4 people who are in love with me.
Her expression shifts back to this. I never lie. Except when I do.
Wow.
I was under the impression it was just 2.
Cassius,
Yeah.
what if I reframe that earlier question?
Okay.
Do you consider yourself lucky or unlucky now?
Oh, it's like that whole subjective thing we were talking about earlier.
Exactly.
I guess I'm very happy that people care about me so much, but
Uh-huh.
it's kind of stressful.
Do you feel like you need to answer their expectations?
Yes.
I see. She just registers that and is like, I hope... Well, I suppose I could add my own twist to this. I hope you find a person that doesn't make you feel like you have to answer their expectations.
Oh.
There you go.
Can I ask you a question, Cassius?
Yeah.
Do you think knowing things that you would normally not know has caused extra weight upon your shoulders?
Probably.
Ah, gotcha.
Hmm.
I guess that's one of the consequences of fortune.
That's there's like a saying about this kind of thing.
Oh, what's
Ignorance
that?
is bliss.
Yes.
Ah.
But at the same time, knowledge is power.
Knowledge is power.
Aren't you happy?
But power has a cost.
It certainly does. And maybe that cost is knowing exactly how exciting your life is, Mr. Mundane.
taking damage.
She she sits back across the table from you, and in a rare moment, actually, that like feels weirdly unfamiliar. Skyus, I feel like you've seen this. Yeah, you've seen this once or twice. When Seely like relaxes, like back in the graveyard, she like her expression changes back to a normal placid, and she's like to some extent, the act of the guys falls off, and she looks across to you, Cassius, and is like, "This is why I like you, Cassius.
Huh?
When it comes to reading your emotions, you're relatively, how do I put this? When I ask you questions, you answer them generally very honestly, which makes it very easy to get into discussions that are, in general, more meaningful."
Oh. Do people lie to you about things a lot?
No, they just find my incessant prodding kind of annoying.
Oh.
A little rude.
Is it? Her expression lights up again. And at the same time, I do appreciate the fact that, at the very least, you listen, share, and register. That's it. It's important to me.
Alright.
Excellent, so long as you understand. She says this, and then turns over to Skyus. Have you decided on what type of fortune you want?
He thinks to himself. Why don't you surprise me? I like surprises.
Excellent. She closes her eyes, and then turns back over to Cassius for a second, and then gets a look on her face for a second. Have you kissed anyone?
Why? Why are you asking me? I thought we just thought it was Sky's time.
It's a thought that occurred to me off to the side.
No, I haven't kissed anyone.
And you've secured bonds this strong without any physical intimacy with any of your partners. I'm very impressed. Anyway, she turns back to Skyus.
Every word is just another knife on Cassius's back.
Right, let me. Oh god, clown fortune. We're gonna reroll. Ooh,
That's exciting.
We're gonna flip a coin. Momozawa be my guide.
Momozawa says, "Fuck you."
Momozawa says, "Balance." In that case, I'll give you an adversity fortune.
Oh.
Time to determine exactly what nature of challenges you face. So, Skyus, I need to know a thing or two first.
What's that?
Over the course of your lifetime, do you think you've had an easy life or a hard life?
Ah. He thinks to himself about that, and then he genuinely mulls over his head. I think my life's been pretty easy.
I see. Well, now that you've come to this city, you've experienced a great deal of many things. Tell me, has your time here been easy or difficult?
He thinks about that. I'm gonna drop and roll the die for him.
No.
Yeah.
Still with that fucking wounded yellow stat.
Oh yeah, always. Well, I guess it's been a little tougher.
Okay, I understand. And tell me, you're a person who's clearly surrounded by others. Would you say that other people are your strength, or are you strong for other people's sake?
He thinks about that. I'm gonna drop and roll again. This is like the game of 50-50s. This is also balance.
Balance.
Balance. Oh boy.
Oh, beautiful Skyus.
I guess I gotta be strong for others most of the time. But people do help me out a lot as well.
She looks over to Cassius for a second, and you feel that look of like, I wonder how you would have answered that one.
Cassius has his own opinions.
She looks back to Skyus and like her face sort of smiles. Well, in that case, let me send us back to hell.
Hell.
back to
Clown music starts.
Back to Seely Dimensional Hell. Kick up the clown music. Let's go. Fuck this sweet music. It's clown time. Okay. Roll to die. She already did that once. We scroll up and grab her black swing. There you go. Oh boy, adversity. She makes a show out of thinking about this one for a little bit and is like, well, your future. The obvious choice would be to say that you're going to face a great number of trials, because I believe any human's lifespan will always adjust itself to give you difficulty. She smiles again. However, in your case, I want to provide you with something a little more concrete.
Oh, what's that?
By the end of this month, your life will have been in danger many, many times. And she, her eyes sort of split open. I believe you will survive a near-death experience at least once by the skin of your teeth. Hey,
Oh, well, it's good
Skyus.
to know that I'm gonna survive.
Hey, Skyus, you gain a gift.
Oh, yeah?
You gain Seely's adversity fortune. One time when you're dropped to 0 HP, instead you're dropped to 1.
Oh,
So
that's neat.
keep an eye out for that, okay?
Okay, that's good to know.
Her expression
Thanks.
relaxes, and she's like, I'm just curious. I'm sensing this intense amount of danger from you, but I wonder why. Shouldn't your life be relatively simple? You did say it wasn't that difficult after all.
He thinks about that. He thinks about that real hard. I don't know. I usually am able to weasel my way out of any situation, though.
Oh, maybe I predicted something rather mundane then. It seems like you'll weasel your way out of this one, too.
Yeah, I've had people try to poison me and things like that, and I've lit on fire, and I've had a lot of things like that happen before, but I've always gotten out of it pretty okay.
Would you say you're a person that courts danger? Or does danger court you?
He thinks about that. Maybe it's a bit of both.
Oh. Her eyes open up again.
He thinks, well, sometimes I might leave myself into danger, and other times it comes to me. It's that type of thing. Mayhaps it's because we find ourselves attracted to each other.
I see. In that case, do you feel more alive in the, with the concept of danger around you?
He thinks about that a little bit. Well, I guess being marked for death 3 times in my life now has made me certainly more aware of my own life.
She almost laughs for a second, and then it's just like back to normal. I see. Well, in that case, which would you find more exciting? A vacation in which you could relax the entire time on the beach, simply catching some sun rays, as the kids say, playing some volleyed ball? Or would you prefer a vacation in which your life was constantly in peril, perhaps chased around an island by some sort of ghost or demon?
Well, there's not much exciting about relaxing, if I'm being honest with you, so I guess it'd be more exciting if I was being chased around.
Hey, Cassius, do you have something you want to say?
Cassius is going through it.
Also, Sky kind of looks over at Seal and goes, by the way, Seal, you know it's okay to laugh at me. I don't mind.
I just rather liked the timing of your, It wasn't a joke, so it didn't feel correct to laugh. I suppose...
Oh, laugh at me whenever you feel it's necessary.
She's like, I suppose the best expression to say would be, I was amused.
Oh.
It's not laughter, but at the same time, it's not, I wanted to smile more widely than I was.
Oh, that's really nice.
I couldn't do that without laughing, she says, as if, like, processing this on a scale. So I got caught in the in-between space.
Ah, gotcha. Once again, one of those balance things, right?
Yes, a real knot of emotions. Cassius, these two go into their own little world sometimes, you're starting to realize. and then her eyes scan back over to Cassius. Between the two of those, Cassius, what would you prefer? A dangerous vacation or a calm one?
I just went on a dangerous one,
Oh.
so it made me a calm one this time.
I see. Did you spend it with a loved one?
Yes.
I suppose that is all the difference in the world. You would want a calm vacation in which you can enjoy the company of a loved one, or a dangerous vacation in which you can perhaps discover love for one's own mortality.
Actually, that's a good question. Hey, Cassius.
Huh?
You got all this love stuff going on right now. Do you think that if, like, there was an alternate world where you, like, went onto that island with, like, another 4 people that were in love with you, think things would be a little more intense with them instead of the current person?
Ooh, that's a fun question.
I don't know who the other 4 people are.
Do you know what?
Oh.
Do you know any of the other 4 people?
No, I don't.
Not even a smidgen of a hint?
Not even a smidgen of a hint. Not even the
No, I
slightest
do.
idea.
I could absolutely figure out at least one of them, but I don't want to yet. I'm
I
not
see.
sure.
Ah.
Oh.
I'm still deciding.
Oh, I see. You've collected a puzzle, but you don't want the answer yet.
Yeah.
Saving the surprise till later?
That's extremely admirable. At first, I thought you were one of those people that would close their eyes and eliminate the useful information. Ignorance is bliss and all. But no, you like collecting information and then deciding what to do with it.
I am a detective.
That shows a large amount of agency. You're probably very good at your job.
I am very good at my job.
And you could
Yeah.
you could be very good at this love thing too if you so wished. But once again, it's your decision of what you wish to do. She looks back over to you, Skies. That actually brings me to an interesting question.
What's that?
If you were on an island in danger, would you want your loved ones to be there or not?
Oh, he thinks about that. He thinks about it really hard. Depends on the loved one, I guess.
Oh.
I don't think I'd want all of them there. Here you go. He thinks about it for a second. But if I was to be, like, found someone I wanted to be intimate with, then sure.
I see. She turns back to you, Cassius. You as well. In a life or death scenario, would you rather be with a loved one or without them? Would you rather they be somewhere safe or alongside you so that they could face the dangers along with you?
That's actually something I don't think I can answer.
I see. I've hit upon one of those logical knots for you as well.
Gaius actually turns to Seely. What about you?
Well, I don't really have any loved ones, so I
Ah.
guess I'd say I'd like to be in a dangerous situation for with them because I want to know what they'd look like, and I also know me. To some extent, if I was in danger, I would want to know how my loved ones would react.
Gotcha.
I
You
might
don't
get
have any loved ones?
no, I don't. She simply states, "I have a brother, but I don't know him particularly well."
Oh, I get that.
She looks
have
over, and she's
Don't
like,
have any
"Oh, I
like
see."
close friends or anything like that?
Her expression falls, and like there's like an upsetting silence for a moment. As Cassius, you realize something. She was probably going to say, "My closest friend in the city, or the one I knew the best, was you," and she doesn't know how to say that, so she stops and rolls it back. Is like, "I think Sonder likes me."
Oh, that's nice.
It's okay if it's me.
She closes her eyes again. "I've been getting along well with Amai," and she looks over to Skyus, and then almost like, she looks at you very intensely, Skyus. Leans
Yeah?
in very, very close. Were I to be on a desert island, surrounded by danger, I think I would prefer to have... Yes. She smiles. "I think I'd prefer to have either of you with me than to be on my own."
Oh, yeah. We can do something like that.
Does that answer your question adequately, Cassius?
Sure.
So, if I'm ever going into danger, I'll give either of you a call.
Alright, that sounds good.
Sounds good.
She makes a face like that's a promise you don't want to keep. And then she sits back and you guys almost getting caught up in your current conversation. you realize the food's been brought at some point. It's just
You're
thunked down on
talking
the
about
table.
desert islands, dude.
You're talking about desert islands and stuff like that, and hold on, let me move you over to the Oasis. Clown music, cease. Over and back up to here. She, like, drops off, your meal and is just like, sorry to interrupt you guys, it seemed like you were really into your conversation.
Thank you.
I suppose that's what a conversation with leans in close, takes on a menacing aura. Friends feels like.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's nice.
Seely's like, yes, I stated that and it was not contradicted. Therefore, point for me.
This guy
Cass
is...
is like, yes, we're friends. She
These-
said it.
These two are so weird.
Gaius eats his coffee jelly that he ordered.
Seely, let's roll for taste. Ah,
Cass is eating chicken
Which
tenders.
the taste as dark as her black step.
yes. That's a completely. Hold on. 46 for being a fancy tourist. Yeah, Seely continues to beat it. Seely actually has an incredibly refined palate and orders some pasta dish you've never heard of. And she looks over at you, Cassius, pasta trailing from her mouth. Oh? The pasta seems to have drawn your attention.
What kind of pasta is it?
She looks down. It has some sort of a milk or cream sauce. I think I taste... She like retries it again. The other thing about seeing Seely eat is like, she's very delicate and particular until you drew attention to the fact that it's like, oh, what does it taste like? And then she eats it scientifically, which means lots of slurping, trying some of the sauce, looking at it from the side. She looks back, she's like, I think I detect a mix of probably 5 different spices. One of them seems to be... I think this is like Gylardian fire fruit rind. She,
that sounds
she tests it on her tongue again. This is a Mitsudine coral. And I believe the remainder are all from the outstanding Naughton woodlands. This is simply put pretending to be more of an exotic dish than it is. But it's still very good.
You can tell that kind of thing just by tasting it?
She nods. Yes, indeed.
Do you want to try some of this coleslaw and chicken tenders? Maybe you can figure out what spices they use in the batter.
Mora, you like move around and Seely like looms over you in the background and it's about that point. Hold on. Let me get something set up.
Cassie's like holding a spoon of coleslaw and like a chicken tender out to side.
Yeah! Oh my god. She like leans down and it's about at this point. Let me double check the chat. There we go. The bathroom door cracks open and someone actually heads out, a recent exit from the Mirage District as he enters the scene. Just moves in, and then the sight that you see, Amai, is Cassius with coleslaw and chicken tenders on a fork, offering it to this duck creature next to him. Oh, Beretta.
Yeah, I'm having a great time.
Yeah,
So-
run me through your brain space really quick. How's it's been a day since
one day.
Yeah, it's been 1 day.
Yeah, I imagine that Beretta has retreated into isolation for the past day or so. She she's been doing classes remotely for the most part because of work anyway, so she's kind of just kept that up. And otherwise, she's just doing work and then just laying down in bed and staring at the ceiling.
I see. Yeah, you're engaged with that whole thing, and you hear like a scratching and disruption at the door, like a knock. Knocking grows a little louder. A little louder.
The door's open.
The door opens and she comes in. It's like looks around the room. Whoa. Alexia tried to prepare me for this place. I don't think it was enough.
What did you mean by this? Is it better than you imagined?
She looks around and is like, Are you in bed? Bretta,
Yes.
It's 3:30.
I'm off today.
I'm okay. I didn't mean to interrupt your nap then.
I wasn't napping. I was staring into the abyss.
I see. Well, do you wanna go out and talk somewhere?
Sure, I'd love to. Just don't stab me this time.
I'll do my best. I mean, so long as you don't try to kill me with your words again.
I thought you were better at verbal jousting. She hops down.
She sort of shrugs. To tell you the truth, I don't like any sort of fight, so verbal jousting, physical jousting, they're all just a means to an end. Come on.
Okay.
She leads you out in this direction, is like, whoa, a lot of cool swords over here. Is this the one that you almost tried to cut Randolph with?
Is it?
No, it isn't. That
No,
one.
that's not.
That one.
Which one is that?
This is the monkey death blade.
Oh yes, of course. That's my monkey death blade. It was given to me by a great ape.
Like a big gorilla?
No, he's pretty small, like a little man.
Oh, so you're less talking a great ape and more quality chimp.
Yes.
Quality chimp.
I'm one who believes that the size of the ape doesn't make one great.
Yeah, but apes and you know what? That's fine. Let's go, Beretta. Do you want me to buy you coffee?
Please, I haven't been paid yet this week.
They don't even pay you for all that work you've been doing?
No, they pay me. It's just
Not yet.
actually things will be getting a little bit easier soon, but I haven't gotten my check yet.
I see. She sort of shrugs and takes you out into the city, and you wind up going, like, you sort of tell me how you walk around town right now, Beretta. I'll even drop you on the outside. If any players are out here, they're about to get fucking vaporized. Let's go. Oh yeah, it's those ones up there. They're not here right now. That'd be really sad.
Oh no.
You come outside and you hear someone like drop a box over here, and your like entire body sits up like rigidly as you're like, who in the fuck? And you think you imagine Randolph for a moment, but no, it's just some random fucko heading past. And Tia's like, hey, what's up?
Yeah, it's like everywhere I look.
Wait, what? Everywhere you look, what?
I am confronted with my mistakes.
Huh. Beretta,
Yes.
you're really not in a good place, are you?
Yeah, top 5 worst places.
Top 5?
Yeah.
Damn.
Maybe number 1.
Maybe number 1. I see.
Because the other bad places, at least I could kind of hang my hat on. Maybe I've accomplished something.
You can't hang the
And-
hat anymore because you gave it away.
Yeah, I did give the hat away, and the guy who I gave the hat to shot me.
Yeah. By the way, you're walking off bullet wounds pretty well.
Yeah, I know a pretty good doctor.
You walk into the other district and you sort of, you know what? You're gonna go here of all places.
Am I?
Yeah, you are.
Am I?
Because it's a place that no one will bother you. Die, Noctua.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Oh, I get to be...
Depressed in the fucking gay bar.
You get to be depressed in the fucking gay bar. Tia like leads you in and is just like nods to the bouncer by the door. Move.
Oh, good. There's a booth over here.
Come on, come on. Believe it or not, this place serves the best coffee in the city.
Really?
She nods and then sits down.
She walks around And as she kind of steps out of this is a wall here, right? She's out of sight.
Yeah, she's out of sight.
Yeah, you would have noticed that while she was walking here the entire way, she kind of had like collar up as if not to be seen.
Well, I applaud the effort. The gigantic Tempest logo on your back does give it away.
Well, yeah, but I don't know. I feel like I'm the worst Tempest right now.
She like blinks and looks over to you. You mean reputation-wise or effectiveness-wise? Do you think you're bad at your job or something?
No, I'm maybe unfortunately too good at it. But
Tia sort of relaxes back with a sparkle. Ah, the blight of being a little too competent.
no, it's actually quite the opposite. I surprised
Huh?
myself.
Really?
But there's a difference between somebody who's just simply a part of an occupying foreign military force and somebody from the city that's chosen to essentially stab her family in the back to join that occupying force.
I see. Well, I guess that gets right to the root of the issue. Why'd you do it to begin with?
Because I don't think throwing bricks at the outside of a problem is going to fix anything.
She's sort of... Well, what about all of the people who think that change and force from the outside is the best and most effective way to do things?
If that was the case, then maybe it would have happened. You're new to town, right? You
Yeah.
haven't been around here in a while.
Nope.
The state of Indigo is something... it's like an iceberg. It doesn't move.
See, that's funny, because especially recently, everything seems so absolutely volatile. I'm shocked.
Which is good, which is what I wanted, but I guess I'm just now having to deal with the consequences of it.
Oh, did you affect this change? She leans up.
I don't want to take all the credit. I'm sure other people did parts of it, but my goal was to make things move again, to melt the ice. And I understood that change can be good or bad, but even bad change would be better than no change, especially in a broken city like this.
She leans down. At some point, someone headed up, dropped you off coffee. She, like, leans down, blows on it for a second, looks over to you. Well, I've actually been briefed on the situation by Kazuya, but I was really wanting to hear it from your own mouth. She smiles. I heard about the role that you took in dismantling Riviera. It seems like you got one of the balls rolling, and then a few other people carried it to completion. Kazuya wants to take all the credit himself, but I know he just stamped his name on it at the last second.
He sure did, after a nice episode of Raojin Tea Time.
I see. Well, it's because of him, and it's because of that news story that our family is even in this city to begin with. So, us being here is a manifestation of your choices as well, if you really think about it.
So you either have me to thank or to hate for you being here.
She sort of smiles and shrugs. I don't know which route I should take. It seems like you're rather set on... You're rather set on everybody hating you right now, aren't you?
I think it makes it a bit easier.
Yeah, it probably does, but you eliminate a lot of the complexity that way. Why would you fight for a populace that hates you? Why go through the effort?
Because no one else will.
We're more alike than I thought, then.
Not exactly the... I wouldn't pick myself as the first string option for solving such a problem like this. But...
Who would you pick, then?
I mean, if you wanted to just go down my family tree, my sister would have been much better at this. She's magically gifted, very powerful,
You think your
much prettier.
You think your sister could have saved the city?
If she wanted to.
What?
I think there's a lot of people that could have done things if they wanted to.
But they didn't.
But they didn't, so I'm the substitute.
So, putting that immense amount of baggage aside, she says, putting the tea down on the table. I take issue with the fact that you see yourself as inferior to others to begin with, but I don't have time to unpack that right now. However,
Yeah, that's fair.
I can take issue with the remainder of it.
Which is,
The idea that no one else will do the job, so you have to. Bretta, the job that you're doing currently, I think that is something that only you could do. The way that you said it is you're trying to change things or alter them in a way that perhaps makes things easier for this city. You're still trying to help people, but just in a way that makes you openly hated. Bretta, I don't think anyone else could, by their lonesome, have infiltrated into Tempest, and she uses the word infiltrated because apparently she has a lot of faith in you. I don't think anyone else could have infiltrated into Tempest and taken the steps that you have so far. However, I think you're also underestimating everyone else in this city, she says, and she sort of pinches her eyes close again with a proud smile. The people who are on the outside, throwing bricks, that can produce meaningful change as well, because it scares the people in their houses. No matter how thick those walls are, if people know that the people outside are upset with them, things get a lot harder. I think you know that more than anyone, right?
well, I think if there was somebody, in theory, on the inside of the house, making it so that the brick throwers can get by with their brick throwing, then that would help them out.
She nods. When you take a step back and you look at it as a whole, it seems like our goals are more or less aligned. It's just methodology that separates us, which, I'm going to be honest, I might fight for ideals, I might hold them cleanly in my heart, but I'm not going to let them separate me from victory. I think, more than that, triumph, especially here, is the most important thing. She taps the table. So, she looks back over to you. The sensation that you're feeling right now, this feeling hated and all that, it's something similar that the Camellia family went through when we arrived in this city. There's a lot of bias and a lot of hatred, and look at us now. Due to our actions the other day, especially those of Randolph, there's a swing back in the 13th Ward's favor. The Camellia Knights are being heralded as heroes. People value, certainly, perception, but more than that, they value action. Bretta, it's not just about believing that you're doing the right thing, it's about actually doing the right thing. Do you think you're doing that?
I know I am.
Have you done it? What actions can you point to in your life and said, I did that correctly?
She sighs, and she kind of looks down at her coffee that she hasn't touched yet. And she says, I haven't lost myself yet.
Well, you think you're doing the wrong thing, though.
It's too hard to know at this point. I'm so close.
Her expression sort of falls again. Well, in that case, you need people like me, I guess, and you need people like Randolph, who are going to do what they believe in no matter what. You're playing a more advanced game, which means you're playing with fire. You could go down in history as a devil or some villain. So,
If that's what needs to happen for people to be free, then that's something that I'm willing to bear.
Bretta,
Yes?
are you sacrificing your own fate to free others?
I'm sacrificing the world's perception of me.
I guess. But you don't seem very free right now. You walked over here with your trench coat pulled up around your head.
I think I'm freer than I was when I first left this city.
Her expression sort of falls again. Well, in that case, If you're going to be free, and you're going to live this life, you might as well do it with pride. After all, at least when it comes to structure and scenario, I believe you and I are enemies, and the last thing that I'd ever want is to punch down on a rival that isn't even proud of herself.
Well, you're not interested in fighting battles that you can't win, correct?
She nods.
So, I guess that's one of the other big differences between you and I.
I see. Well, how about this? Make me a deal. Wipe that miserable look off of your face, and I'll consider fighting you squarely.
She saw. Okay.
Deal. Tia stands up and extends a hand.
She reaches out and shakes her hand. You've changed more than I thought since you threw me in that lake.
Oh, trust me, if you were still that same little ratchet, I would have thrown you in the lake the second I found you.
If I was still that same little creature, then I would have been even stronger than you could imagine.
Yeah, she sort of like waves, humoring you. Come on, we've got somewhere else to be.
Before you go,
She turns around.
why did you change your hair?
She sort of sighs. And then, like, it tousles it slightly. I wanted to be further apart from the people I wanted to protect.
You don't feel that by immersing yourself in something that you could protect them as effectively?
Yeah, pretty much exactly that. To tell you the truth, a certain amount of distance is kind of comfortable. It reminds me of exactly where I fall in the world.
I think I can understand that completely. That's why I'd prefer to assume that everybody hates me so that I don't have to deal with them.
Yeah, it really sands the edges off the complexity of the world. She like looks away and like shifts back and is like, it just yeah, it's silly, but I guess I kind of like it this way. She like looks around. Hey, you want to dance?
You do that?
Yes. Moves over in this direction.
I'm actually just relieved that you don't just come here for coffee.
I do primarily come here for the coffee, though. She sort of smiles. Do you dance with Tia?
Yeah.
Do you dance at the gay bar with Tia? Okay, awesome. You in that case, sometime later. Let me find him. Hey, Barbados.
Yes.
It's almost like you've been stood up on a date. This sucks.
Yeah.
They're late.
Yeah.
It's fine. You're at the spot. Oh.
Yeah. Is that a dinger?
Ding, 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 ding.
Hey,
Hops.
Dinger.
Hops.
How do you feel about people being late?
Dinger hates that more than anything else in existence. Every single fiber of his tiny being burns with the raw hatred that someone might possibly defy the rules of time, scheduling. You feel this pure malevolence radiate from its body. He digs.
Hell yeah, little man.
The door opens.
Oh, would you look who decided to show up?
They're both actually pretty sweaty coming in here.
What'd you guys do?
We went dancing.
Without me?
She moves in and is like, without... Hold on. The way you said that, there's some familiarity with that. Have you been stood up on a... Has somebody asked you to go dance and then stood you up before?
Have they?
You think. Yes.
I can't imagine why anybody would do that.
Yes, I can't imagine why anyone would stand me up. It's only like I don't know. Shut up.
She
Good.
leans across the table and slides the comic book over to you.
It's a magazine narrator.
It's a very real magazine. If you keep up with that,
It's Shonen Jump.
it's Shonen Jump.
Yeah.
She slides this issue of Jump back over to you.
Thank you.
It was very good.
Yes, it was very great. Thank you for returning it. I honestly
It was
show up late to a meeting, but hand back the thing that you borrowed from me. I honestly, with you being late, I didn't expect you to bring this back at all.
honestly, it's a pretty. She just brushes past that. It's a pretty inspiring volume, very thematically apt to what we were going through the other night.
Yes, it's hilarious.
Yes, I draw a lot of inspiration from books like these.
Yeah, like how the protagonist got shot 3 times specifically.
That was oddly specific.
Oh wow, I didn't even read this volume, but I've already feel like I experienced it.
She sort of like looks at the two of you. So I wanted to pull you both aside because I wanted to know something. Why am I not in jail right now?
Well, because we
Oh.
didn't tell the Tempest people that you were the one who did it.
Looks over
I mean-
Greta.
I did tell you that I haven't lost myself yet, right? If Beretta Pietro is one thing, she's not a snitch.
I see. I'll keep that in mind.
Telling
sound-
Tempest your escapades would just cause more problems for me.
Well, that seems like a completely reasonable point of view.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah.
it'd make both of your lives easier in the long term, right? Eliminating a potential threat, nipping something in the bud before it could become a problem.
Would
Actually-
that really help?
When you look at things from our perspective, I'm an exorcist and he's a doctor.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, setting prisoners free on a train is simply out of our area of expertise.
And plus, in my report to Sarisa when I initially met you, I said that 2 things that could happen to you if we ever actually had to do conflict with you. We could cut your head off and put it on a pike, but the main problem with that is you'd be some sort of martyr figure, wouldn't you?
Yes. Yeah. So you thought that far ahead. That's good.
Yes. Your plans are very transparent.
Oh, I see. And yet you still chose not to stop me.
Yes.
You sound almost disappointed that you didn't wake up in a prison cell.
Well, yeah, it would have been a pretty effective way to get my name out there.
Yeah, you're just lucky Morph's head was up his own ass.
Oh, so it was his miscalculation that allowed me to get away with that. I see.
Yes, he had some fancy smancy idea and was very into it. And then once everything went down, he was the one who called all the Tempest troops back to the base. And part of me was like, no, you idiot. Don't do that. That's what they want. But, I just stood there and was like, might as well let the world burn.
And because it wasn't our area of expertise, we didn't have any valuable information to offer him.
Like I told you on the
see.
train, if Tempest wanted me to be a protector, they should pay me extra to be a protector. Simple.
She stops and opens her mouth and she's like, well, if your price is quite literally only money. And then she looks over at Beretta. Thinks. Folds her hands. And then drops the point immediately. Well. Beretta, you could feel it. The Tia of a day ago would have just tried to poach Barbados immediately in front of you. But she just decided to not, because looking at Beretta, she's like, I feel like I'd be taking away one of her lifelines, which she desperately needs.
that's very nice of you.
Yeah, so she's like, you know what? That's fine. And she her eyes close again, and she's like, well, I hope they start paying you a fair rate then.
They pay me plenty. I get good money, and I also have a home because of it.
Oh, you get benefits
Yeah.
like a home. I sleep in a bunk bed.
Yeah, maybe you
Me
should
too.
work for Tempest too.
Absolutely not. I mean,
Well,
looks over to Beretta. Oh, you sleep in a bunk bed as well?
Mm-hmm.
No,
Are you
no.
top or bottom?
I'm. Yeah, no, Tia, this one.
Calm down, you child.
I'm top. Yeah. She stops and looks back over to Barbados and is like, "Oh, shush."
Me
I
too.
sleep in a giant, comfy bed.
Yeah, but if you were to sleep in a bunk bed, which one would you
Which
choose?
one would you choose?
The floor.
Why? What?
Underneath?
That's
Underneath.
the extreme bottom.
I don't know. Being on the top bunk is like being trapped, right? You're
Yeah.
high up, and people can easily, corner you. And same with the bottom bunk. You can easily be cornered there. I feel a lot safer sleeping on the floor.
Like beneath the bed. Why don't you just sleep in an iron
Not
cube then?
beneath the floor. Just,
You know, the safest place to sleep in that case is probably a coffin.
a coffin.
Yeah,
Why? Someone could just put something heavy on top of it, and you couldn't escape.
they could do that with your bunk bed as well. They could collapse
Yeah.
it on top of you.
I never said I'd sleep underneath the bunk bed. You are making assumptions. I just said the floor,
The
which
floor.
is not.
Oh, I
At
see.
the end of the day, there is no good way to sleep without being at risk of dying, which is why
Yeah.
I never slept.
Yeah, I was about to say, why not carry this to the logical conclusion and never sleep?
Have you ever seen me sleep?
Wait, are both of you serious? Looks at the two of them. I thought we were joking. Do you?
Have you
I sleep
ever
now.
seen me sleep? I've seen Bretta sleep.
Why? That's
That's kind of
that's
sus.
such a weird thing to bring up.
Yeah.
She was unconscious from the bullet.
That doesn't. Okay. The bullet wounds add some context, I guess.
Yes, yes.
Was that before or after you touched my girlfriend's panties?
Excuse
That was
me?
before.
Excuse me?
You heard.
Yeah.
Why?
What needs to be clarified?
We're. Hold on. No, wait. Deductive reasoning. Was
Have
it?
you seen Beretta's apartment?
Yes. Was it the pair of panties that's on the love seat?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was. Okay. Yeah. You know what? That's fine. Actually, I was curious about them. Why are they out in
I
the
was
open?
sitting next to them. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was sitting next to them too. Why are they out there?
Because that's the dirty clothes pile.
Bretta,
Yes.
did you live like you currently live before all of the stuff the other day happened?
I mean, she probably has maids, or used to have maids.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, I used to have a nice butler.
No, I just need to know if you're going through your depressed phase now and you're no longer taking care of your room about it, and I should be sympathetic, or
Oh
if
no,
I can.
I'm definitely going through my depressed phase, but my room was a mess before.
Okay,
It's
so
not a phase.
so I can be rude about it. Tia
Yeah.
smiles and then actually slides you a coffee, Barbados.
Yes, but where's the thank you for not turning you in?
You know what? Yeah, you're right. Actually, thank you.
Mhm. Yes, 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 and apologize to Dinger for being late.
She looks down. Dinger moves up. Oh, I'm sorry, little guy. Dinger slaps her hand. And she's like, "Whoa!"
Yeah, that's right. Show him who's boss.
She like picks him up and like cradles him in her lap, and like Dinger calms down immediately. Well, I guess I just I wanted to really pick your brains about how you felt. I guess while I'm fighting Tempest, I'll hope to see you two again.
Yeah.
I'm not going to. I guess this is my warning. I'm not going to stop.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I'm not going to do anything that isn't my job.
Me either.
I don't know. Just try not to do. It's a complicated position for me because you're actually endangering my livelihood.
It's true.
There may become a time where I actually do decide to do something.
Well, I look forward to that day.
Yeah.
She looks at you with a big and confident smile. Come on. It's so rare that I'm on the opposite side of the equation. Normally people have to tell me really hard to try. It's sort of fun to poke and prod at someone like this.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you put any effort into anything, by the way?
That is actually a good question that I've wondered myself.
Why do I not put any effort in anything?
Come on,
I
we're
don't-
close now. We're co-conspirators. Let me in.
And don't say something stupid like it would be annoying or boring like you would normally.
Why use that energy on a goal that I do not wish to pursue?
Is that it?
I simply do not have any goals at the current moment that need to be fulfilled.
And talking
I've lost my goals a long time ago.
and talking to people isn't a waste of energy.
The one thing I enjoy most in this world is pushing people to their limits.
Hmm.
Because at that point, I see their truer self and their truer goals. And maybe, just maybe, when they're at that peak of desperation, their true selves will show their real goals, and maybe I will be inspired to do something.
Oh. So you are still very invested in people. You want to see their true selves.
If I wasn't invested in people, I wouldn't be in a city full of them.
I mean, there are plenty of people in this city who don't like to be here.
Mm-hmm.
If you were dragged here for just your paycheck, that would be one thing, but it seems like... Oh, I'm starting to see what's going on. You sought employment with Tempest because you wanted to be in the city.
I wanted to stay in the city, yes. A nice home was nice.
Leans in.
Said
What?
that you had goals.
Yeah, Barbados. Do you like this city?
Do I like this city? I've seen many cities. This is probably the worst city I've ever seen.
Okay.
That's not what she asked you.
Yeah?
Do I like this city? Is that what you really, really want?
Yep.
Do you want me to answer this question to satisfy your own sick sort of, like, validation? Like, oh, you truly do care about this city, and maybe you're inside Tempest just like me to ruin it from the inside.
I want to see... Basically, I said jump, and I want to see if you'll jump.
I don't hate this city, but if it burned to the ground, I simply would just move to the next one.
And do the same thing over there.
I've traveled the world plenty of times.
Have you ever considered being a teacher?
Once.
It seems like something that you'd be drawn to. It would require less scheming, and you could try to draw the true potential out of people without, pushing them to their absolute limits. You could do that within the context of a classroom.
Yeah,
That's
now that you
boring.
describe it like that, that makes a lot more sense.
I can't put a student in danger and have them, awaken something deep inside of them. I would just be telling them, like, hey, this is what you can do to improve, and that's kind of boring.
Of course you could. You could be somebody's magic teacher. There are
Someone's magic teacher?
Yeah, you don't have to be a teacher at the university or anything like that.
Who would I teach magic to? Everyone here has such calm... There are many people who don't really look at magic the same way I do, okay?
Uh-huh.
And how is it that you look at magic?
I do not have any school, any specific study of magic. I do not know runes. I know potion crafting, but that's mostly just for medical reasons, other than, certain things. Most of my magical knowledge is very theoretical.
And you don't think it would be a worthwhile endeavor to pass on these theories to other people so that they might grow and become something better?
Listen,
Grow and become something better.
if you're going to draw the true potential out of people, I honestly think you should do it in an environment where they kind of, want that.
Do you think there would ever be a student that could handle me?
I think that's your job to find the one that can.
Yep.
It's annoying. They could find me. It's fine.
That's a very lazy way of looking at things.
He's a very lazy person.
If they want my knowledge, if they want my medical help, if they want all of these things, if they really want it, they'll come find me.
She moves over in this direction and whispers to Brett off to the side.
Rude.
I think I'm starting to understand exactly how he works.
Yeah, it takes a while, but he's really not as complicated as he thinks he is.
It's what he said at the very end there. If somebody really wants it, they'll need to come to me to find it. I'm starting to feel like that doesn't just apply to drawing the true potential out of people. I think that's anyone in general.
It's not a bad way to live. He just has such a bad way of explaining it.
I think that's sort of the point. Like, he's not the type to make these things easy, so might as well make it as hard as possible. I guess it means the few people that do manage to connect with them are really valuable in that case.
It's something worth considering when we actually look at the people who he does have connections with.
Huh. That's a very good point. The two that separate and move back!
No, you done gossiping right in front of me where I can't hear?
Yes.
Don't worry, we weren't talking about you.
What were you talking about? Could you please inform me?
Well,
We were talking about all the people that were looking at Tia while she was dancing at the bar.
Oh, really?
And if you
How wonderful.
if you believe otherwise, I'd calmly remind you that Bretta Pietro is a lot of things, but she's not a snitch.
I'm not a snitch.
Fine, okay, cool. You guys weren't talking about me. You
Nope.
Just
Is it really is it really that difficult for you to believe that somebody would not be head over heels for someone as beautiful as Tia?
Yes.
He
Unfortunately,
looks at Tia.
it's a curse I bear. I turn heads wherever I go.
He like squints at Tia, looks Tia up and down, and goes, Okay.
What was,
Sure, whatever.
What was that?
What was what?
What was that? Seriously, what was that? What did you just do?
What do you mean?
That would...
I just looked at you. Nothing serious. Oh, there they go. Okay.
I don't have anything to say to you. I'm just coming over to whisper some things.
It's a good play.
Yeah,
This
no,
You
is
learned well at the
definitely
Manor.
about
just doing
me.
it. Yeah. No, I just want to create the feeling further. I didn't like what he just did, so I'm gonna do something that he doesn't like right back.
Let's unpack this. What was it that he didn't like that you didn't like about what he did?
I feel like he just looked at me and made an assessment based on my appearance.
And what do you think his assessment was?
He said okay, which is clearly inviting me to say anything else.
In the
I feel like
social arena of combat, do you feel like that would be advantageous?
I feel like if I followed up on it, I'd be falling into one of his traps, which is clearly what he wants. The door to the back cracks open and somebody comes out.
Hello.
Yeah, hi.
Oh, hey, have you been here the entire time? Have we been cornering you in the back?
Pretty much, yes.
I'm sorry.
Wait, Cal, you were back there while I was just sitting here alone?
Yes, keeps direct eye contact with Barbados while saying this.
Doesn't surprise me.
Beretta's eyebrow is completely cocked as Cal enters.
Oh,
Cal steps over Barbados to get onto the one.
yeah.
It wasn't really a
excuse me,
good moment to enter, so I figured I'd just come out here before it got even more awkward.
Have we met?
Oh.
God, have they?
Oh no.
Oh,
no.
no.
Oh no.
Oh,
Beretta's met
no.
someone that looks very much like you.
Oh.
Yeah. Cal's gonna look at Beretta for a moment. Nope. Not that I can recall.
Oh, no.
It's just that you... I don't know. I just know that face.
Really? He actually sort of thinks about it. That's very strange.
Do you have any brothers?
Oh.
Identical cousins?
Cal's actually going to blink. Where did you see it?
On Steel Gold Island?
Doesn't ring any bells to you, Cal.
Was it a person or a work of art of some kind?
Oh, I could see how somebody might get him confused with a work of art, but I was very much able to talk to him. From what I understand, he wasn't actually there, but I was able to communicate with him all the same.
You said he wasn't actually there, and Cal actually gets like he's sort of been thinking oh, must have been a coincidence then, because it's you go into some detail on that?
He was kind of a ghost bound to the island that needed to be set free, and I did that.
What? Bretta, are you going to repeat the tale of Bretta's endless summer trip?
Yeah,
Ah.
because she's confused.
6 hours later.
6 hours later.
6 hours later, you make it to the end, and Tia's expression is just like, whoa.
Sounds fake.
Shut up.
You
Tia's
can ask
very-
Cassius. He was there for part of it.
That's,
Yeah, sure.
That's incredible. I'm actually unsurprised that Tempest made you their exorcist now. You are quite storied.
You're telling me a monkey wielded 2 guns?
Yeah, that was
Yes,
the best
and he's not
part.
just a monkey. He's a little man.
Huh. Where's the monkey now? You brought all your friends back, didn't you?
Well, I believe I lost him somewhere in an astral plane. It was not his time to come back.
Sure.
Tia sort of sighs slightly and is like, now I know. Oh
Aww.
no! And she's like thinking to herself, she doesn't realize Beretta's crying. She's sitting next to her and is like, well, now I know the whole story about how you started dating Heijin. By the way, I'm keeping that a secret. 13th Ward doesn't need to know that.
Well,
Oh, yeah, for her sake.
Yeah. Hey.
Cal seems to have taken everything you said really deeply.
Yeah.
And he's just going,
I just wanna, before we get to Cal's stuff, I want Cal to tactically cut me off. Because his is far more important. She's like, when you and Heijin were like together in the room, did you? And then Cal goes on.
Gaius, do you know, was he happy? Did he get a chance to be happy?
He was, honestly one of the happiest people I ever met, despite his situation.
Oh. Fuck.
Cal has, the smile comes back and he has a hand go up to his face as he wipes away tears that have started to form. I guess you could call him the big brother I never met.
Oh.
Well, having met him, he would have loved to have known you.
I'd have liked to know him.
Oh, fuck.
Thank you for helping him.
He helped me more than anything else.
Dude, this one?
The battle
This is like, oh no, why were we fighting?
That's fun. There you go, found it.
Actually,
Perfect.
She
she
an old
thinks about
jukebox
something for a
suddenly.
minute. What does Beretta know about Zyzen's little scenario?
Nothing. You know
Nothing at all,
nothing.
okay.
Zyzen
She knows
doesn't
nothing.
even know what the fuck is going on with Zyzen right now.
Never mind.
Man, Cal's wiping his face, but he's still like got some tears coming out. Oh man, Kokuten would get hell of a laugh out of this. I guess I never knew Gaius actually got to exist. We didn't know what happened to him. He was kind of like a first attempt at me, you might say, but wasn't quite the right shape. Kind of got released into the world, but didn't really know if that was something that took a real shape and held on or just was lost in the folds.
I see. Well, you should be happy to hear then that it seems as though he was able to go on a number of adventures and make many friends. Whatever life he did live, however long ago, I imagine it was a very exciting one.
That's just it. It would have been, I guess that would have been hundreds of years ago, even if he took a while to take form. And I missed meeting him. By that much, huh? Shakes his head. Oh god, Kokuten find that hilarious.
Well, I've found that time isn't necessarily something that is set in stone.
He just smiles and says, no, it's okay, really. I can't believe I got lucky enough to meet someone who got to meet him.
I'm serious. I as strange as it might sound, I've had the opportunity to speak to a number of people who have lived many lifetimes ago from me. I don't think that it's out of the question that you might be able to meet him someday.
Hey,
In fact,
you can
it's
add
my
another one to that list.
Oh, are you also a ghost bound to this place?
No. But I'm probably old. But I'm probably almost as old as him.
I see. Well, when I outlive everybody I love and care about, I'll ask you for advice.
He gives you finger guns?
Tia approaches and is like, excuse me, did you say Kokuten?
Yeah.
Can I speak to you? Can I have a word?
Yeah, sure thing.
Walk, 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 walk. Grabs you by the hand, starts dragging.
I don't like it when I'm on the side.
And Tia,
Wait.
Tia like looks over to Bretta and is just like, "Hey, date was nice. Have a nice day."
But Cal goes, bye. He does stop in the doorway. I've been surprised before. I guess I'll keep my hopes up then.
Yeah, I think you should.
Thank you. He's gonna nod and he's genuinely smiling as he heads out with Tia.
Oh, click, click.
That was oddly too emotional for me.
Not worth your
Yeah,
energy.
it
I
was!
think.
Comes floating back through the door. As a parting shot.
Sort of
Well,
quiet.
That emotional moment wasn't worth your energy then?
it just felt weird. It was like I was experienced. There was like you being sad, him being sad, Tia being curious, and then words being said, and Tia taking immense interest. I was like, this has nothing to do with me. So I'm just gonna walk to the other room and just kind of like not soak in the ambient weird energy that was coming from all of you.
And despite the fact that it had nothing to do with you, you still felt some kind of way about it.
I'm not. He almost said he's not a monster, but doesn't actually say that. He's like, I feel emotions.
Yeah, from the sounds of it, you feel other people's emotions as well.
It's sensitivity be like that.
I guess you could shove it all off on that, but it's good to hear. You don't let that on.
What, that I feel emotions or empathize with other people?
Yes.
You gotta empathize with people to fuck with them. You know that, right?
It's a valid point.
The door cracks open. Amai, it's been a long day. You look across. There's two people using your meeting room. You cannot see?
Kaguya cannot see.
Kaguya cannot see. Hold on. How about
I've been looking at.
the void?
No, it's like two trees and a pathway.
Oh, now I see trees in a pathway. Where is this
Wait,
place?
what the fuck?
Yeah, I'll
rocks.
just show you.
Now it's the university.
Yeah, this is all I see.
Nice.
And have been seeing
Oh, that's
for quite
weird.
some time.
Have you tried reloading?
Scribbling.
You're
Yeah,
in
I've reloaded and I
Oh.
shifted my browser.
I was in Smoke Witch's shop, says Roma.
It wasn't even like her full shop. It looked like Smoke Witch proto shop. It was.
What? Are you on this map now? Are you on the potion shop now?
I'm reloading to see
I
if I
am.
can.
Okay.
We've all been scattered throughout the time.
What the
I mean,
fuck?
I'm in my shop. So.
Yeah.
Yeah,
As
I don't know what
long as-
happened to Ag.
Yeah, as long
What
as the people with the
fuck?
cameras
That doesn't-
were in the right
Roll
places.
20 doesn't. What? Okay.
That's what matters.
Okay.
Ag, I shake you.
Cag, are you in the potion shop now?
I am staring at a black screen.
I
I'm
like
waiting
the
for
spread of
things to load.
Cag.
Cag.
I,
Cag.
s- I still see these two trees.
What the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna try changing.
Here's
that. Yeah?
here's my suggestion. Kagi, do you have more than one browser available to
Yeah,
you?
I shifted the browser. I was on fire. I was on
Whoa.
Opera before.
Yeah,
and
Oh
I
wait.
shifted to
Hold on.
Oh, we're on the beach.
Hold on. I think Roll20 just patched in a new feature. Look at this. Look at what I can see.
What?
Show
Look,
us
I
what you
think they
can
just,
see, buddy.
I think they just patched
your
in a
special
new
eyes.
feature. Look, Uptown, it has
Oh,
Kaguya's
you
icon.
can put people in different maps.
Yeah, you can drag people.
Wow.
Yeah, you can drag people's names at the bottom and just put them directly onto a map.
What?
Put in the Tia dimension.
Oh, okay.
That's hilarious.
How do you
Why would do that?
how do you stop that from happening?
I-
Put it on the map
I
with
think-
everyone else, right?
I think you just. I think it's just an accident. Sometimes you can drag people like
Okay,
over the top.
I
of
fused
stuff.
you back to players. Okay. We're fine.
I'm here.
You're here.
That's hilarious. You can just exile people to do
Oh my god. Hold on. Just to
That's
see.
really funny.
Just to see. Roma, I'm gonna send you to the Sealy dimension.
Banish Roma.
J-Man, are you in the Sealy dimension now?
I'm in the Sealy dimension.
Oh, that's
table and chairs.
so
and shit.
useful. What the fuck?
That's hilarious. You can just banish
Okay,
people.
I'm gonna bring Roma back now. There we
You
go.
can just
Okay.
throw people into the void. You
Oh,
can put them in
that's-
the timeout corner.
I'm making a timeout
Jail
map
for
now.
mother!
I'm making a jail for mother map. Anyway, Amai, you come in
Jail
on
for
this
mother!
scene.
Okay, I'm finally here.
Mom, there, why
Mom,
would you
there,
throw
why?
the dog out of the house?
I guess Amai just sort of walks in and sees the two people in his shop and goes, "Oh, were you waiting for me?"
Tia dragged you both here and then left.
Yes,
Tia
Tia.
dragged us both here and left.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. I had some business with Tia, but not with you two. All right.
Well, if we're in your way, we can be heading out, I suppose.
No, it's perfectly fine. Not many people use the sitting space anyway. Well, recently they
Yeah,
have,
that is patently untrue given the events of recent weeks.
usually people just come in, get their stuff, and leave. How are we all today?
How am I feeling today? You know what? I'm gonna do? I'm gonna give a good old roll the die to see how I'm feeling today.
Well.
You know?
Me too.
Not the best. Rather annoyed that, people call me here. They arrive late. They were doing something fun without me. And then
Mhm.
promptly leave very quickly.
Well, that is quite strange. Would any of you like tea, coffee?
No, I'm fine. I think I was heading out myself.
Oh, all right.
I could
Well-
use some more coffee. I'm kind of tired.
Well,
Beretta actually feels, I guess the interaction with Tia has made her feel a little more at ease about things.
Yeah, like weirdly, yeah, that actually went very well.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah, I need some rest. Quite some time too. Anyway, I won't be seeing you out, Barbados.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll see myself out. Farewell, Amai. Farewell, Beretta. Farewell, Dinger.
Ding, 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 ding.
Try not to get shot up anytime soon.
If only I knew a doctor who could fix me.
Don't always rely on me. One time I might just watch you bleed out and die.
But then your fun would end.
Oh.
I can find fun elsewhere. You're not special. Later.
You exit.
He didn't mean that.
Can I check up on Dodge or?
Dodge is
not
actually
here?
out and about today.
Yes.
Yeah, he's
Good.
he's doing a little bit better.
Good. Yeah, Amai quickly makes some drinks, some hot beverages, and comes back. And places them down. He has like a little platter.
Oh, thank you.
There's some sugar, milk.
She pours a bunch of sugar in it and milk.
I see. He sits down.
You seem every bit as exhausted as I am.
I seem to get roped into a lot of things. To be honest, I sort of facilitated, so I'm not complaining, but anytime I get to have a little bit of peace and quiet is relished.
Well, if it's all the same to you, I'd love to hear someone else's problems for once.
Oh. I'm not sure. My problems are... Let's see. I'm having to wonder what my position in this city truly is.
I guess we're alike in that manner.
Are you having the same thoughts?
I'm trying to decide what the best way to help is. And how much of myself I'm willing to sacrifice to do it. What about you?
I understand that as well. I'm more trying to figure out where I should stand. Most of the time, I do things my own way. I assist, but I'm rarely around to see the aftermath.
And what's wrong with that? Do you feel like you need to be on a side? I don't take you as somebody who's not confident enough to stand on their own.
No, picking a side doesn't matter to me, but when you have people you care for that all exist on different sides, you have to think about how the weird interplay goes on.
I understand that.
I will assist them as much as I can, but as far as my own stake in the matters is, I feel like standing off to the side is weak. Or at least compared to the amount of will that is being thrown around these days. I have to come up with a resolve, and that means I have to ask myself questions. Questions that I have been avoiding for quite some time.
I suppose that makes sense. If I were to offer any advice, I would ask you what it is that you want.
He takes in a deep breath and thinks. I'm not too sure.
That's a fair assessment. I think it takes time for people to figure out what they want.
I think my main goal, and my goal that I've always strived for, is making sure the people that I love and care for are safe.
So that's what you value then?
Yes.
You value your relationships, people who make you feel good. And in turn, you do the same for them.
Yes.
Well then, just from your outsider's perspective, if you had to choose a side, what do you think you would do to protect everyone you care about?
I think I'd continue doing what I am now, meddling in everyone's affairs, tying up the already tangled knot. Because while I can't pick a side, I'm willing to put myself through heartache for the sake of others.
That doesn't sound nearly as weak as you made it sound.
I guess coming from my family, where you usually pick a stance and stay on it till the world comes crumbling down, I guess I see mine as weak.
Well, a raft stuck out at sea still has to be strong, even though it's going in whatever direction the waves take it, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it's weak at all.
Well, thank you.
In fact, it takes a special type of person to take that kind of burden upon themselves.
It takes a fool.
The door cracks open. Someone comes in. Oh, where'd Barbados go? What the heck? She's holding a pizza. It's huge.
He's
What's
like,
on that pizza?
oh,
What? Did you want something specific? There's mostly just cheese. Like, I mean, there's a lot of veggies on one of the sides.
Do you have any rocks?
Bretta.
we're not putting rocks on a pizza.
Bretta, what are you saying to me? Bretta. Tia, you notice that Tia's attitude towards you has shifted and she's getting less and less polite. And she, like, leans down and looks at you dead in the eyes and she's like, what did you just say to me with your mouth?
I asked you if you had any rock pizza.
Wow, that sounds like something you'd force feed someone as a punishment, not something that you'd order for yourself. Don't tell me you actually eat rocks on a pizza.
This is coming from the person who eats gravy bowls with flowers in it.
Flowers are digestible, rocks are not.
Depends on how strong your digestive system is.
Are you trying to get rumors spread about you? Like, okay, people are already afraid of you a little bit. Sorry if I'm touching on a sore subject, but if people know you're going outside and eating the gravel off the ground, the rumors are only going to intensify. She then stops and both of them turn and look at Amai, and Tia throws an arm around your shoulder and is like, hi, Amai.
Amai was tapping his fingers on the table.
And she's like, sorry, I ran off because I got a lead on our family's like patron deity, but it's just as good as Alexia's lead. We just know she's somewhere in Mitsudai.
Oh.
Is that the spirit of the shrine?
I don't know. She shrugs. To tell you the truth, I have no idea what's going on with the shrine. She slides the pizza down across the table, puts it there in front of you, and then, like, looks to the two of you. They didn't fill me in on that, and I didn't find it too keen to ask. Kazuya, listen, I might be high up when it comes to 13th Ward politics, but I'm not at the top. There's still...
I wanted to ask Kai about it, but I figured if I started asking her about work, then she'd start asking me about work.
I think you need to have more faith in our lovely Shrine Maiden. I think.
What do you mean?
I think it'll be fine. Feel free to dig in. She's made one thing clear. She's more on your side than she is ours. Tia waves, and then moves outside and is like, I'm going to go find some people to eat this pizza.
All right.
You two are left with a pizza that is way too big for the two of you to eat.
Yeah.
Is that a challenge?
Amai takes a little bit and puts it in front of Dinga.
Dinger devours his malevolent sated.
Why are you so filled with emotion?
It's because someone was late, Amai. You understand immediately.
Yeah, it's like, oh, okay.
It's like, even suppressed under your incense, your soothing scent does actually chill Dinger the fuck out. Dinger is like, Dinger is really cute, but like a lot of household spirits, unless directly pacified, it has its own rules, you know?
Yeah.
And if you don't follow those rules, it'll fucking kill you.
Such anger from such a small package.
Yes. You should see the larger ones.
You have bigger bells?
Oh, well, not... I don't have them, but they do live around.
Interesting. I have to say that this world of magic and spirits is completely foreign to me, but I've gotten a crash course lately.
Yeah, it's all around you. It's just hidden.
I've noticed.
Well, I guess we should get started on this.
At the mention of it's all around you, just hidden, door clicks open.
Ah,
Sonder.
Yeah, say goodbye to your pizza, boys.
Sonder, you were sent over here to actually retrieve a potion.
For who? For why?
Oh god.
Does it matter?
No,
honestly?
we're gonna roll for which member of the Tide to determine how pissed Sonder is that he's being sent on this job. 13. In this case, yeah, actually, okay. This is a real ass potion. Kestrel actually started to coordinate with like Tyr and was like they were talking about what supplies may or may not be useful for the Tide, and they were basically asking for a potion that boosts one's olfactory senses. Because everyone looked at Karsh in the corner and is like, hunting dog. So, like, you've come over to request this from Amai with the expectation it could take a few hours to make, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry, Sonder.
It's for my wife.
It is. No, like, literally, Kestrel offered to come over, and somehow you wound up with this task. So, like, yeah, you.
It was probably Tyr.
Yeah.
100% Kestrel was like, I'll go, and Tyr was like, no.
Sonder
will go. Sonder was like,
fucking excuse me. So yeah, with a 13, the task seems kind of worth it, I guess.
And it's not as stupid as it could have been, so, you know. Sonder, there's no dinger. He looks over to hit the dinger out of heaven. There's no dinger.
The dinger's over here. It seems like the shop's kind of occupied tonight.
Dinger.
Amai leans over. Oh,
he steps
Sonder.
up, sees Beretta, immediately focuses in on the mic.
She's actually not reacting as you would expect.
Give him a second. Sonder kind of motions for Amai to over here, like this is a business thing.
Oh, I was gonna offer you some pizza.
Sonder looks at the pizza.
How hungry is everybody in the room?
Oh, that's a good question. How hungry is everybody?
I haven't eaten in a day.
Sonder, you're ravenous.
Shush, Roman.
Very hungry. Amai leans on
considers
this.
the pizza and is like, I've got a job to do.
Amai leans over and rests an elbow on the table. What are you after today?
Sonder. God, Sonder's still suffering from Julius Tyr, probably.
No.
The Tide's looking for a potion.
Mm-hmm. I do have some of those.
Thanks. He relays the need for a
Smelly potion.
an artificial hunting dog.
Yeah. Gonna make Karsh rabid.
My fucking feral wife. I love Karsh. I sit with Karsh and I pat him for
Mate.
3 days.
Amai thinks, I have a few recipes for those. What is the level of potency?
Sonder considers Karsh.
Nah. How strong do you want to make it, Sonder?
Let's see, hold on.
This will genuinely affect things.
Yeah, he considers Karsh. How prone is Karsh to
like
overstimulation?
overstimulation, yeah. Not very, honestly.
Okay.
He's very rarely overstimulated or overwhelmed. He is constantly and actively feeling a lot of things, but he sort of turns them into a whirlwind around him and like keeps it that way. So like, yeah, no, not really.
You know what? He'll go pretty fucking high. Karsh is gonna be with him.
Yeah.
Karsh is gonna be with him. So he's like, I can deal with it.
Yeah, that's fine.
I can handle whatever that does. I'm not worried about it.
All right. Okay. He opens a few drawers and pulls out like a small
Thunder leans
book.
on the counter.
He flips through it and finds a potion and goes, "Okay, this one's quite strong, but if you believe that you can handle it, or
It'll be fine.
imbibing, you can handle it. That's perfectly fine. My only recommendation is don't drink it in rapid succession. Basically, take a sip and wait quite some time."
Noted. He's like, all right, cool. We're not giving Karsh the whole bottle.
We're not trusting Karsh with the bottle.
If that bottle gets into Karsh's hands, he will drink all of it immediately. It'll be like these edibles ain't shit.
These edibles ain't shit. Nintendo PlayStation.
Yeah, he's like, all right, noted. I'm in charge of the potion.
Yeah.
Sander is in charge of the time.
Mike takes out a few. He looks through a few of his things and starts to place them out.
I'm sorry, I just got hit a second time with the Karsh voice.
Nintendo PlayStation.
It
Good
like
shit.
passed and then came.
Help him.
The boomerang.
Oh my god.
I need to recover from
Yeah, perfectly fine.
My favorite thing is Karsh wouldn't even be like running around freaking out. He would be standing perfectly still in Danganronpa
eyes
pose.
blown out.
Eyes blown out, just on either side.
Karsh like, I can hear the universe.
Space smells of meat.
Holy shit, that's the funniest
Don't make
thing.
jokes. I love Karsh so much.
Oh my god.
Okay. Okay, I think I'm okay. I'm okay. I made it. I made it through Nintendo PlayStation.
Perfect.
We're back.
Amai collects a few things and sort of gestures Sander to the table. Says, "It might take a little while, so have a few."
He looks over at the pizza, accepts that he's trapped here, and is like, fair enough. And notes Beretta. He pings Beretta. Vibe check.
Brother, how's your vibes?
Rancid.
Aww. He sits down. He taps Dinger.
Dinger, you can. It's funny. Dinger is like you've been around a few people who just got through like a very heated argument, but eventually like found peace after the fact. Dinger is in that calm after the storm type mentality. And as you pat Dinger, you feel only peace, but it is the peace that follows a bright burning fire.
I 100% thought you were gonna say you feel only pissed.
You feel only pissed. That's you pinging Julius Tier.
Yeah, you're right. You feel only box text. You feel only.
You feel only pissed.
SMT flavor text. Sander picks up Dinger.
You pick up Dinger.
They sit in silence for a couple of minutes before he's finally like, all right, this is weird. Hey, Beretta.
You both almost. You're both silent for 5 minutes and then almost speak at the same time.
Hey, Sander.
He kind of watches her for a second. You doing okay?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
He looks around, considers everything, and is like, fine.
That's
Dinger.
that's good to hear. How are things at the office?
Sander kind of like, Sander squints a little. You're gonna have to be more specific.
That Tide.
Sander considers Tide. How are things at Tide? Is it the usual?
It's like honestly improving is the best way to put it. Everybody seems to be getting their asses in gear and like in this genuinely trying thing. Like Kestrel reached out, made contact with that family. That family is apparently converging on the town. They're contacting They're contacting the Tide.
Fucking ready, bitch.
The Tide is like active. Tyr is like dressing the house up. It's busy. It's busy is the best way to put it. But it's like not a panic busy, really.
Yeah, it's just like things are happening.
Yeah.
Things are being set into motion.
Yeah.
Sander's like, all of my hard work is paying off.
It sounds like you guys are really able to thrive without the extra burden put upon you.
Sander considers that for a moment and is like, I think Julius is looking to add some burden, honestly. He says that he's not saying that to like, it's not a jab at Tyr.
No.
It's just an honest, like, Tyr is looking to pick up more.
Yeah.
Like, the burden is missed. Like, they want more.
Well, I guess that's something to thrive for, then.
He watches her. He's like...
she just wiggles in her seat.
He wasn't super enjoying the attention before, but now he's like, it's weird that it's not happening.
Yeah, it's weird that
something's wrong.
Something changed. What the fuck?
It's like shrinking away.
You're being watched by a very attentive cat. How are things at Tempest?
They're actually going pretty well.
Sander
I'm actually
considers
employed
that
now.
I blew up recently.
Yeah, the
He says
explosions, she was shot multiple times.
I'm actually fully employed now, which is nice.
As an exorcist.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Is there something wrong with that?
Not wrong. Just curious.
And why is that?
Sander considers this for a moment. You never struck me as an exorcist before. He considers that he's had to drag her out of the underneath
A
multiple
bunch of times, yeah.
and she only recently can remember him.
Well, I guess everybody has to change at some point. We're all constantly on a road that leads us to where we're going.
He gives a little like, yeah. He agrees with that. He's like, yeah, he's absolutely like that's a correct statement.
I assume that you weren't always in this field.
This field?
You know, being a spooky detective and being in Thai.
Tide is new.
Right. So I wouldn't expect a eccentric loner like yourself to shack up with a nice little fraternity like you have. So we're both changing.
Sander kind of makes a face. Yeah. Sander considers the fraternity.
The fraternity.
It's mostly a favor.
Right. A mutually beneficial one?
Sander considers what he's getting out of it. Again, he considers it. He takes a second. He's like, "Is it? Is it really?"
Beretta, that's an awfully long silence.
Yeah, he's like, is it mutually beneficial?
Well, then it's admirable that you're the type of person that would be willing to take on a burden that doesn't necessarily benefit you.
I never really considered benefit.
I see. I'm afraid we might have gotten off on the wrong foot.
Oh yeah? He was paying attention to Dinger for a while when he comes back to you and he's like, how so?
I might have unfairly placed expectations on you based on some feelings that I had and didn't completely understand. And that's not fair to you. And I apologize if that made you uncomfortable.
Sander considers this for a moment. No, you're fine.
I've just, I've been severely lacking in an older sibling figure in my life, and there have been times where I felt like I needed it, so I was excited for that feeling to be in my heart.
Does Sander know her sister? How long has he been dealing with that family?
Sander? Oh, God. She left 5 years ago. You've been dealing with the family since around that point. I think you saw this from the other side. You saw how messed up William was, actually. Which was, his daughter basically vanished one day, and I think that might have been the reason why he contacted you in the first place. Get a detective to hunt her down. And when he found out she was out of country, he just kept up with you. It was kind of an uncomfortable meeting, to be honest, but, and William was not in the best of states at the time. You haven't seen someone quite that, desperate and upset before. But, since then, he's relied on you a lot. Oh, that's upsetting. Wow, that's lore. Ow!
Sander.
Sad lore off the cuff.
Yeah, Sander puts Dinger on the table and kind of begins to understand why the Beatrice attached to him the way they did. Yeah. He considers, is he gonna, I don't know if he's gonna, I mean, I guess it is their business. I guess I did watch that happen, huh?
Is that how you and my father met?
Yeah. He
I
wanted
see.
me to find her, but she's, not around. He, makes a motion.
Well, I hope that she didn't give you too much trouble then.
She's like, well, how'd you get trouble from someone you never actually ran into?
That's good to hear. Sometimes I feel like I'm constantly dealing with problems that she made. So I would hate for one of them to be, I don't know, inconveniencing you.
Sander considers, and then it kind of repeats the same thing a little bit. It's a reiteration of before, where he's like, I've never considered convenience.
What do you consider then?
I do what's needed.
Why?
He, scoots, takes Dinger with him.
You got hit.
That's quite a position to take for no particular reason at all. Surely there's something that drives you to that. Sorry, I'm feeling philosophical. I'm in my feelings.
Sander makes a face like, I hadn't noticed.
I suppose I'm trying to figure myself out through other people.
How's that going for you?
It was going pretty good. Yeah, and then I felt bad about making you uncomfortable.
Huh. Don't worry about it too much. He dings Dinger again. Listen.
Dinger's rage is sated.
I just, I understand the frustration that comes with having expectations thrust upon you. And, I am now acutely aware that I've been doing that to you. So, I think, despite how I feel, this would be a good time to start over. I think it would be better if I don't simply inherit my family's relationships anyway.
Sandra considers that she threw all of her money into the dumpster. Fair enough. He kind of side-eyes her from poking the dinger and is like, although, I never really did anything because you expected me to. I was helping your father.
Right. I'm inheriting a relationship.
Sandra considers whether or not they have a relationship.
Whether or not you feel anything towards me, I can't deny how I feel about you.
He nods. He accepts that.
Amai takes a step out. I'm not interrupting anything, am I?
Both stare blankly like cats.
All right, I will. I don't know what that means, but
Help him, I please, God, someone help him, I.
We can't. I'm sorry.
I've set the alembic going, so it will take some time to distill, and then after that, I have a few more processes, but it should be all right. Everything's going smoothly.
Sandra nods and accepts the weight. He accepts this. He's fine. He has Dinger.
He comes over.
I guess I have a question for you, am I?
What is that?
How long have you been in this city? It's kind of surprising for me to run into somebody that I haven't met before.
Oh, I've been in this city for, he thinks, 8 years now. I
see.
come and go quite often, sometimes on business, sometimes to research a case. I am interested in this city, but sometimes my interests pull me. My other interests pull me away. But I'm impressed. Now I gotta try and figure out how he would think it.
Oh. Because you know why you left this city the last time.
Yeah. I think
So,
you probably-
the fact
Yeah.
that you're here must mean that something has your interest?
Well, for one, this entire situation is quite taxing on the people of the Mirage District. They try to keep neutral, but that takes more effort than many other people think. I am
I
here
see.
to support the Archmage.
That was my next question. I'm kind of unfamiliar with how this Mirage District works as somebody who's not able to enter, so I was wondering if you were maybe some kind of leader here?
No, I am not. The Archmage is currently Sienna. She is a... he tries to think about the words. Capable woman.
I imagine with a title like that, you'd have to be.
She tries to buck that idea a few times, but despite it all, she is very capable.
Do the people of the Mirage District seem to get outside of the Mirage District often? Or do they prefer to stay hidden?
Sometimes they do, but the magically inclined types, and as well as creatures and all that, tend to have a hard time involving themselves in mundane life. There's a larger hurdle than many would like.
What about you? Has life outside of this district ever caught your attention?
Ooh. He has to think. A few times. But I always get pulled back. There's always work that needs to be done, and with my experience, I think I would not be able to live a very normal life.
I imagine that's frustrating.
It can be bothersome sometimes, but I am proud of my abilities, and I'm proud of where my abilities has come from. And if I could not practice them, I think I'd be much sadder.
So even though you're in a situation that you can't really avoid, you're at least fulfilled in it.
Yes.
Interesting.
Are you not?
I'm in the process of figuring that out.
Do you know what you would like to do?
What do you mean?
It's hard to. Speaking of mundane life, outside of all of this, he sort of just gestures vaguely. Is there anything that you would like to do?
Well, if it were possible, I think I'd just like to live in my apartment forever and never have to leave. But that's not realistic.
Yes, that's not very realistic at all. But I can appreciate the sentiment, at least.
I suppose I would like to continue to do the things that I feel like need to be done. She looks at Sonder.
Sonder. They exchange looks.
Cat, the open-eyed cat stare.
Yeah, cat-to-cat communication.
It's every single time I imagine the Noctu eyes emote, except it's for you two.
Amai gets a slice of the za.
As you draw attention to the za, door opens. Somebody shoved through. Boom. Cassius.
Him.
You know who shoved him. It's this one.
Why are we here, Tia?
I need you to prevent me from making a mistake.
Okay,
Need you
what's
to
the
eat a
mistake?
pizza?
The mistake is I got too much pizza.
Oh, okay, so
Listen-
it's a mistake you've already made that you're trying to rectify.
Yeah, no, I was supposed to get it for people. I'm having trouble finding Barbados, and yeah, I could really use some
Well,
assistance.
I'm here now, so don't bother finding him.
Okay, I'm gonna hunt down Skyus. She
Oh, we were just together earlier today.
oh
He might be with Silly still.
oh, I see. She looks at the group. Oh, you found more people. Excellent. Please keep eating that. If I bring home leftovers, they'll ask me why I got it and why I didn't get more for them. So, please, go ahead. I'll be right back. Click.
Carry so many burdens.
I like that the conceit of this meeting is that Tia just doesn't want to explain to anyone why she has pizza.
Listen, you don't know. Okay, Tia lives in the middle of what is functionally a college dorm, except there are 30 people packed into it, and they're all rowdy football players.
If Tia came home with not enough pizza for all
Yeah.
of them, Calloway would be the littlest bitch about it.
Everyone would cry at her. She literally has to dispose of the evidence, and Tia will not waste food also. She's one of those people.
Yeah.
She will not waste a single bite of food, so this is like a crisis for her.
Sunder, who will walk into the tide and in front of God and everyone give Sam donuts and no one anything else,
Yeah.
does not relate.
No.
What would happen is Tia would walk in with a half a box of pizza. Calloway would see it. He would see her coming before anyone else, would run up to her and take 3 of them
Yeah.
and be like, these are mine because I'm the Tsubaki ward and I get to have 3 of the pizza. All of you die.
And then they all fight, and Tia's like, please just eat the fucking pizza.
Please get rid of it. Sunder scoop stinger.
You scoop
Cassius
the
sits
ding.
down and
Yeah.
takes a piece of pizza. I hope I'm not interrupting you guys.
No, it's perfectly fine. We have copious amounts of pizza.
Yeah, she wasn't kidding when she said it was a big pizza.
Absolutely ludicrous.
Was she
No.
expecting to throw a party?
No rocks on it, though.
Be
How
better.
unfortunate.
I don't eat pizza with rocks.
It would not be better.
I bet you have some cool rocks, Amai.
Amai thinks debating on whether he should talk about the rocks that he has.
You've got a lot of cool rocks, Amai.
Yeah.
We're talking about rocks now?
He thinks deflection.
Your silence speaks volumes.
Oh, I have other condiments, but
Oh,
The
yeah,
stone
do you have,
side.
some like garlic sauce or something we could dip this in?
oh, I can make that up easy.
Well, I don't want to make you make anything.
No, it's perfectly fine. He trots a
Amai
little.
runs away from the rock conversation.
And he quickly makes some stuff.
Wasn't
wonder what
expecting
he's
to come
hiding.
back here today.
Cassius, how are you?
I'm actually, Cassius bugs up. I'm actually doing really good today.
I'm
That's good.
happy to hear that.
Dodge got out of the. I guess this isn't a hospital, but Dodge he can go home today.
Yes, this is the hospital.
Amai, like, don't make my house the hospital. Please, God.
Everyone will try.
Beretta's actually super happy to hear that, and she says, that's great. Have you managed to touch base?
Yeah, I came and talked to him earlier.
And how'd that go?
That's good. He says he's feeling better, which is good because there was a little while where I was really worried that he was gonna die.
I see.
He was
Well,
fine.
he seems like
You
he's
didn't
pulled
make it
through.
sound like he was fine.
I just wanted you to be prepared for the possibility.
This isn't a doctor's office. He doesn't need to have bedside manner.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm glad to have my bed back, though.
Yeah, I appreciate you loaning it to him for so long.
No, it's all right. I offered to
Beretta
share.
stuffed the pizza in her mouth. She
I was
hasn't
scared. I
eaten.
paused because the music was changing. I
yeah.
was like,
Stress.
My smiles and said, I offered to share, but Dodge had a little bit of words about that. Couldn't take a joke.
"Oh, was he like actually upset? That doesn't feel."
No, it was
Oh,
more...
are you surprised?
He kind of like just like cocks his eyebrow at you and then listens to what Amaya has to say.
Yeah, it's just like it didn't land as cleanly as I wanted it to.
I see. Cassius just kind of smiles like, "That's fine."
You seem surprised that he wouldn't be down for something like that, Cassius.
Well, I guess it's not that I'm like he wouldn't be down for something like that. More like I didn't think that he would respond poorly to that kind of joke, I guess.
You
he's
don't think that he
generally
might be in an
good
emotional
humor.
state over an emotional interaction?
It's it's just a joke.
Yeah.
Emotions have a strange way to make us take jokes in bad ways.
I suppose that's fair.
I just hope that, I don't know, seeing him in such a near-death situation would make you consider your next words to him. Have you?
Yes, I did actually talk to him afterwards.
And how did that go?
It didn't go very well.
I'm sad to hear that.
It'll be alright.
Things like this will take time.
Yes, that's what Tia said as well. Heijin told me I should tell him all of the wonderful things I feel about him, which is, I guess, fair also.
It's a good tactic.
Tactic?
Cassius looks at Sonder like he wants your advice.
Sonder looks at Cassius like, what?
You're his friend. He wants. What do you think I should do, Sonder?
Sonder for a moment fucking bewildered. Like, excuse me?
I am also interested in hearing what you feel about matters of the heart, Sonder.
This got a forced bit. Words like that got a forced bit.
Cassius's hand on the table covered in bandages still from the recovery.
The bite wound.
Sonder feeling cornered, like what?
You are literally cornered.
Yeah, he made the
You don't have
mistake.
to actually answer if you don't want to. I just thought you might have insight that I wouldn't get anywhere else.
What about your love life?
Know about how to approach situations, but okay. I guess it's just,
Sonder, this is not.
How do you approach someone when they are closing themselves off to you?
You
Yes,
asked
I'd
to
like to know.
Sonder.
I asked to Sonder.
You asked to Sonder with Beretta next to you. Sonder, you are getting bared down on.
The Sonder feels anxiety.
I feel like you might give me an answer that no one else will.
You are incredibly closed off to others. Maybe you understand him better than we could.
Sonder kind of like.
It just gives her a look like.
When she says that, Sonder kind of like he looks at her with a very like, excuse me, bitch?
My favorite is this like good cop, bad friend shit that's happening right here. Where Cassius is like, diplomatic statement, Beretta, accusation.
I didn't say that. I don't think that. No.
I did say it. What are you going to do about it?
Bite you. If you're not careful.
Sonder wilts, puts a hand on Beretta's shoulder and puts her back in.
I don't feel bad. You told me I didn't have to leave you alone.
I did say that, huh? Sonder considers his mistakes a mistake.
Holy shit. Oh my god.
Cassius literally just wants Sonder to answer whatever the fuck Sonder would think. Even if it's, I don't know. It's just wants to hear what Sonder has to say. Beretta is turning it into a fucking ordeal.
Beretta's like, tell me how you think, funny man. Sonder's like, stop.
Fear.
Am I in the corner like, what is happening?
Sonder holds his emotional support dinger. If he's closed off, people who are closed off tend to be closed off for a reason.
What would be a
Given
good
time.
reason to be closed off?
There's no good reason to.
He stops and kind of like his gaze slowly drifts over to Beretta as he considers whether or not that's a real question he's going to
Answer that one. Maybe finish your other statement.
He kind of looks at Beretta and then decides that was a non-question and I'm not going to answer you.
It wasn't a question. You don't need to answer.
I know. Given time and the right support, people like that will open up on their own.
Oh, Cassius seems shocked that you gave him a similar answer to Tia. He's like, oh wow, I wasn't expecting that.
No.
Well, knowing Dodge, I understand what you mean. He's got these walls built up around him, right?
Yeah. Dodge is someone who... I think he cares a lot about how other people perceive him. And how
Right.
he perceives himself. And he wants everyone to see him a certain way. And I think he thinks being open about his emotions or having them in the first place makes him weak.
So
That's
have you
contrarian to how he wants to be perceived.
considered meeting him on his playing field?
I'm not exactly sure how to do something like that.
Well, consider this. Each of us is a different person depending on who is perceiving us, correct?
I suppose.
I'm a different person to you, Cassius, than I am to Sonder here, or am I?
Yes.
And my approach and the best way to communicate is based on my understanding of you. It goes both ways.
Yes.
So, if you're dealing with this delicate ice situation that you're walking on where you don't want to hurt him, otherwise he'll retreat further into his fortress, play his game a little bit.
What's the game?
You can't make him feel uncomfortable, otherwise he'll retreat.
Okay. I don't normally try to make him uncomfortable. I feel bad. I suppose I tried to test the waters and he didn't respond well to it. So now I know not to do that.
Well, what makes him uncomfortable?
Being open about his emotions?
Right. And what
And-
does he want to hear?
I guess that he's really cool.
Yeah.
And when was the last time you told him that?
God, when was the last time Cassie's told him that? I don't have brain cells. He's done it before. Was it on the island? I think it was on the island.
I think it was on the island, yeah. You talked about, like, how, like, reliable he was, more or less.
Yeah. How Cassius wanted to rely on him.
Yes.
On
Some-
the island, I was telling him that he was really reliable and stuff like that.
Well, some people want to feel useful. And not as though they're a burden on other people.
Perhaps building him up until he feels confident in himself enough to then be vulnerable.
Yes, in this metaphor, you would be building up the foundation so that you could see him over the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do you know what he desires?
I think
And-
I do. I can't
Well,
actually say for sure.
He
You can do
desires
the-
you, Cassius. There's no beating around the bush.
What?
Don't act surprised. You're not stupid.
I'm not stupid! That's not what this is about!
And what is it about then?
It's
Well,
about how
hearing it-
Dodge wants to be perceived, not about how he feels about other things.
Well, hearing it from somebody that he appreciates and wants to hear it from is, I'm sure it would do
Mm,
wonders for his confidence.
Yeah.
You should listen to Amaya. I'm sure that he has quite the way with other people.
That's a loaded question. That's a loaded statement.
You continue on as Cassius overheats in the corner, and then with all the fucking grace of a pie hitting the window, door cracks open. Vroom, vroom. Drags.
Guys, Cassius says, like, oh great, it's gonna be worse. Recalling the conversation they had earlier today.
Seely looks over at Beretta directly across the table and goes, oh, and immediately moves over and goes, I heard tale around the city that, Beretta, you've been going through a rough time.
Yes.
I just wanted to offer you a perhaps warm and welcome embrace. If everything weighs on your head a little too heavy, the church always has its doors open for you, okay?
I'll be sure to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Of course. Don't bear the burdens of the world on your own. That's what we have God for. I assume. She turns around and looks at Skyus for confirmation.
Yeah, maybe.
Something like that.
And then she turns and looks at Cassius, and then she notices that your cheeks are still flushed. And gets... It's looking at them.
Please. No, don't laugh at me.
Oh. Well, that's fine. Amai, I'm going to use your back door.
All right.
Ka-chunk. Door shuts. Silence.
I might just leans back.
So,
Where the heck did she go? Running
she
in
went-
through the room.
She went through the
Huh?
back.
It's a back door. Skyus, hey,
yeah.
can I need you to dispose of the evidence. Julian said very conspiratorially.
There's a large amount of pizza.
Okay.
You know I can't be caught with those things.
Yeah, I get it.
Skyus. She relays the seriousness of the situation. My life depends on you.
He's like, yep, understood.
Okay, well, I hope everybody... Hold on, I'm a person. I can eat pizza too, hold on.
I'm going to say you can eat the pizza.
She
as
was
well.
like, I was just trying to figure out mathematically how I could get that other person back here so that she could assist, but I guess I can just take her place.
She will be back.
She'll be
At
back
some
when she wants to be.
I'm sure you've burned off enough calories running around trying to find people to eat this pizza.
I guess. I mean, I'm not really concerned about calories or anything. That's why I got extra cheese.
Oh, wow.
Extra cheese.
I'm sure
okay.
you've noticed. She's like fidgeting. Skyus, could you please move over?
Okay.
Thank you. She, like, very politely sets her dress and sits down, sort of like kneeling, and she assumes a very correct posture and, like, looks around at everybody.
This guy gets a flashback to last time he was in this seat.
Do you want to swap?
No, I'm good.
You can sit next to me if you want, Skyus.
No, I'm good.
This guy's
All right.
panics.
I'm gonna roll for pizza.
Cassius has just been eating pizza passively.
Good, I know I picked the right person for the job.
my
Tia.
Sonder has taken 2 bites of 1 slice of pizza.
I think Cassius is on his second, the middle of his second slice
Sonder,
of pizza.
this one's looking at you. Is it not to your tastes?
He looks at the. he looks down at the pizza, considers tastes, is like, pizza's fine.
Sonda ate food.
I see.
He does.
Beretta
He does
ate one
sometimes.
piece of pizza.
Sometimes he does that. He
So
took
we're
like 2
rolling
sips
good
of
for
hot
pizza.
chocolate once.
Let's see.
Sunder took like 2 sips of hot chocolate on
God.
camera once.
Yeah. Tia turns over and looks at you, Beretta. Wow, Beretta, you've barely touched it. And here I thought you were hiding away in your room eating nothing.
I was.
Come on, eat more. Come on, come on.
Cassius eats the rest of his piece of pizza. He gets another piece of pizza. Like I got it. I like the whole pizza.
Beretta shoves a piece of pizza under Dinger.
Amaya is also like, oh, do we need? Let me call Sandra.
Cassius is
Call the cat.
Yeah.
Call the fucking cat.
Cassius is dipping it in the sauce Amaya made.
The sauce.
Yeah, it's a mix of the garlic dipping sauce and also the sauce.
Oh!
Cassius doesn't know any
Oh,
better.
it's
so he's
sublime.
Like, this is really good.
Oh. Amaya looks with a dark expression. Make sure you don't eat too much of that.
Okay,
You
there's
could
not.
you could be changed forever.
That's
What
ominous.
did you put in it?
Smells like bringing us made of.
Why? Should I stop eating this? Sonder? Sonder, you take it!
Sander looks.
Cassius pushes it over to you.
Sander pings a mine. Like, what's going on?
What did you put in the
He's feeling
sauce,
Amaya's
Amaya?
just being a sack of shit.
Oh yeah,
Let's-
Amaya's being a sack of shit.
It's like, it's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
It's perfectly fine.
He's looking at you directly in the eyes, Sonder, like, it's fine.
It's fine.
Okay,
he like as assured as possible. It's like it's fine. You can eat the fucking.
Cassius is like, okay.
Well, that's not interesting.
Oh well, the weak. I guess the weak of stomach sometimes get a slight addiction to it, but it can be cleared away fairly easily.
What is it, like your sweat or your spit or something?
What?
I have some potions for that, but no, I would not use that for human consumption.
Tia's having a moment in the
Tia's-
corner.
What's going on, Tia?
Cassius and Tia are both like,
Sometimes you're just kind of low-key pervs.
I'm
That's what
not.
you both are right now.
What?
Cassius is just
No.
he's like, oh, okay, it's weird. Should I not eat it? Oh, okay, it's safe to eat. Oh, is your sweat in it? Cassius like,
I don't know. It just seems like something magical.
No, it is perfectly viable for human consumption. Nothing strange is in it.
So are rocks.
They're really not.
That is not viable for human consumption.
Sander, zeroes in on her.
Tia, answer me this question. Have you ever put salt on your food?
Yes, I have plenty of times.
Is that not a mineral?
It is a rock of some variety, but it's not a rock I just picked up off the ground.
So where do you draw the line?
I draw the line. She puts her hands up and is like, I draw the line.
If you can't apply your principles evenly, then you do not have principles at all.
I draw the line on what's commercially available and what's taste tested by other people. I'm not a chef. I trust chefs with my food.
I didn't expect you to be yielding to the thoughts of convention.
And I didn't expect you to be bucking the trend to the point that you'd eat rocks off the ground.
Some of us are just radical like that.
I suppose.
Fingers on.
Sander immediately disengages from this. He was at first like, what the fuck, rocks? And then was like, you know what? Not my business. Instantly is like, goodbye.
Is this the thing that you can eat because you have the, like, plants and stuff in your system, Beretta?
What?
Oh, you didn't consider that.
No,
Maybe
that
the
doesn't
only
sound
reason-
special at all.
Maybe the only reason that you can digest rocks without issue is because you have plant in your system.
Oh, if that's the case, maybe Royal could eat rocks too.
I guess, maybe. I mean, I
Good.
don't think plants really consume rocks, right?
But it might allow you to process them.
Maybe you're crushing them with your big ogre teeth or something.
Roots.
What did you mean by this?
You've got, I don't know.
My teeth are normal sized.
Are your teeth normal sized?
I don't think Oni eat rocks.
Really?
No.
She leans in and is like, huh, okay, then I'm out. Relaxes
The only
back.
thing my plant heritage has given me is a green tan if I spend too much time in the sun.
Are you serious?
I thought those vines on your back were really cute. Do you not get those from that, or is that just like a tattoo?
No, I was born with that.
Okay.
This guy sits here in the awkward silence.
He's thinking and is like,
Yes,
you...
he's just eating pizza.
oh,
Yeah, I'm easy to
Sander
do
is
pizza.
sitting.
I didn't realize you had back tattoos, Beretta. That's kind of surprising.
Yes. Did you want to see?
Yeah, sure.
If I remember, your sister had petals on her shoulders.
You've met?
Oh?
Oh.
Oh no. Oh god.
Amaya opens the hell box.
Amaya's like, yes, I didn't know that you didn't know.
I didn't know what.
Oh, that I was an acquaintance of your sister.
I see. I suppose you did say that you got here around 8 years ago, and that times up with before she left. So she is a bit more magically inclined than I, so I could see how she might come to a place like this.
Oh, yes, we met a few times, but then, she left abruptly.
Yeah, she has a tendency to do that.
Hmm. He's trying to, like, gauge and then also, like, looking at everyone else, like, huh.
Cassius is just eating pizza.
Sander's just sitting. Sander's vibing. Don't look at
What
Sander.
level of gossip is Skyus?
Hold on. Oh.
Sander senses
One day.
no danger in this conversation.
I think Cassius is trying to convince Sander to eat the sauce.
Above average.
Oh,
Perfect.
so these two were like listening in.
These two are in their own world.
Yeah, Sander's like, this conversation has nothing to do with me.
Up, Tia's ears noticeably twitch as she listens in.
Amaya sort of thinks and goes, yes, but I'm quite odd. She seemed to be somebody who talked a lot about stuff.
Yes, it's actually hard to get her to shut up at times, but
Yes,
when she
I
shuts
know
you
that.
out, she just leaves and never talks to you again.
Hmm.
I assume that happened to you, unless you've been in contact with her recently.
I get strange letters every so often, but
Oh.
they're nothing, to be honest. Yeah, at least I can't pass them.
Hey Sonder. Hey Sonder.
Hey, Sander. Hey, Sander.
Vibe
What?
check.
You know something. You know something from William. You know that
Oh.
Laramie Pietro has never once tried to contact the family. You know that William has never received a letter or anything like that. Which means you look over to Beretta. You can make some assumptions based on that. Hey Beretta,
Vibe
how you
vibe
feeling? How are
check.
your vibes? Oh, they're bad.
I see.
Sonder, right next to you is a fucking abyss.
Lit.
It's just strange, that she would not shut you out. It just seems so unlike her. You wouldn't happen to know why she left, would you?
I'm not sure. why the last interaction we had was, we were on a date. She was hounding me for a while, and I was, decided to indulge her. Mainly for... I wanted to see if, there was anything that I could do for her. We had a pleasant evening. But throughout the night, I saw parts of her that, I saw parts of her that were admirable and also undesirable. I said at the end of the night that I apologized that I could not love her how she was currently, and then after what I thought was going to be an explosive departure, I haven't seen her again.
I see.
Is that a lie?
What was that?
Haven't you seen her again? You saw her when you and Momozao were.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That?
So yeah, that has occurred. She,
Okay,
she's,
good.
yeah, she's around now. She didn't say shit to you.
Yeah.
She acted like she didn't know you. Is the best way to put it.
Yeah. Amai says, I've only seen her very recently, but she didn't interact at all. It was
Just for my own curiosity's sake, when was this date?
Oh.
He tries to remember back.
Give me a roll to die, and I'm hoping you roll poorly for once.
Yeah, let's see. Let me double check because I needed to
Oh yeah.
remove one.
Yeah, uncheck the purple and yeah, God. Oh.
Loretta,
Yeah.
Loretta, are
Yes?
you sure this is something you want to try and like? It seems to be upsetting you.
I've been upset for other reasons. Being ignorant wouldn't make me feel better.
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
Sandra's just watching Beretta very closely.
You're watching. Oh boy. So yeah,
So
you do remember it
just
was
watching.
about 5 years ago.
Okay, let's rip this cord.
Let's rip this fucking band-aid.
It would have been around about 5 years ago.
I see. And Beretta just sits back into the chair.
Vibe check. Check the vibe.
The opposite vibe that she felt when she found you.
Ah.
Oh.
Towards Amai or towards her sister?
It doesn't matter.
Amai sort of leans forward and goes, I hope she was doing all right.
I wouldn't know. She didn't send me any letters.
What, she
Sandra
didn't?
very, very slowly and quietly pulls the pillow under Beretta closer to
Oh. That's genuinely very sweet, actually.
She didn't?
No. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Oh, did I say something? I
I
apologize.
don't want to talk about it anymore.
All right.
Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and start a new conversation topic. If it's okay with everybody.
Tia's like leaning in riveted. Skyus, what's your body language?
Sky's has been trying to weasel out, I'll be real.
Oh man, so here's what's happening. You're like edging back and Tia's like holding onto your shoulder, leaning in as you're like, haha, oh, she's into this. Time to just, and she's still gripping you like really hard. She's so into the drama.
Guy's feeling the explosive radius, and he's like,
Skyus is like, I'm in the blast zone. I'm in the blast zone. I have to go. I have to go, please.
Tia's like, I'm so close to the blast zone. I gotta get my head in that.
Skyus pull a switcheroo, swap with her, and then run.
Tia, if you're
Cassius like, all right, so trying to change the topic to give Beretta some like air at all.
Tia, if you're fast enough. She like looks and's like, oh. Looks over to Cassius. Oh, I've actually been meaning to ask something.
What's up?
She sparkles. Well, how did you do such a good job at finding Skyus when we contacted your detective agency and you just very efficiently chased him down? I'm curious.
Oh, I've been referred to in the past as the best person in the city at finding people.
I see. Skyus, that's bad news.
Yeah.
That's a bad connection
Sorry.
Tia just made.
I got mesmerized for a second. I just noticed that Amai's blue is in a different spot than everybody else's blue, which blew my mind.
Oh. Yeah, you're right.
If they're in the city and they know anyone in the city well enough, I can pretty much find anyone.
Oh boy. Oh god, Tia. Oh, that white isn't locked out anymore. We're gonna see how you're feeling.
Blue.
Blue.
Generally, when someone goes missing, someone who knows them will show up and ask, so I can just use that person as a base and pretty much find anyone.
Bretta's crying.
Bretta's crying.
Tia looks over to Bretta and briefly considers, hey, if your sister's in the city, we could find her using Cassius, but does not say that out loud after seeing the tears.
Probably a bad idea.
She's like, wow.
Cassius just keeps talking.
Yeah.
Like, Cassius
Sonder.
is just gonna keep talking and let Beretta have her, moment aside with Sonder, and he just looks at Tia, and he keeps talking.
While Cassius rambles, Sonder leans down really close to Beretta and is like, do you need to leave?
No, I'm fine.
He watches her for a moment. He's pressing X, but he's like, alright.
Skyus, you
Sky.
Skyus first. He's the one who he's the one who heard you need to leave.
So, I'm gonna roll a die for Skyus really quick.
No.
Go ahead.
Oh, you fuckers are so fucking lucky that his yellow is wounded.
Yeah, otherwise he would have climbed out a window
Skyus.
ages ago.
Locks in blue. He stands up. He walks over here to the side table at the tire table. It's like, hey! Raises a hand.
Hmm?
Attitude swaps, slightly more cheery. I got a suggestion.
What's up?
Everybody follow me.
Stands up.
Sonder pings Skyus. It's immediately like, what the fuck?
You know.
You know.
2 steps
You know.
to move.
Amai sort of is in a weird state, and he goes, I need to check on the potion.
Alright. Cassius gives you that look of like, you good?
He's sort of like just feeling it.
Okay. Cassius is gonna just get up and go, alright, let these two have their space. He's like clearly worried about Beretta, but he's like, Saunder's got it. Saunder's got it. Amai,
The feral
he's not
man.
sure if Amai wants him to go talk to him. So Cassius is like, I'm gonna indulge whatever Skyus wants to do. He's like, it seems like they're gonna take a minute. Is that alright?
That's fine, as long as everybody arrives on eventually.
I think that there's a potion going in the back that needs to
Saunders.
take care of.
That's fine, as long as they all show up eventually. It doesn't matter. We have plenty of time.
Tia, thinking. I can go grab them if it comes down to it.
Yeah, and make sure you get the pizza too. It's important.
She blinks. Okay. And then these three kerchunk out. Room. You.
Sandra immediately. Sandra immediately like, so we leaving in what?
Yeah.
He entirely intends to fuck off from that group. He was like,
No, you don't get to, Sonder. I will hunt you fucking down.
Yeah.
He wants to.
You have
The
Tia.
rabbit will turn feral.
Literally, you have Tia and Scius working together. Tia, Scius, and Cassius. You will be found, and you cannot escape.
Please no. He just gets up to Beretta. He's like, we don't have to do any of that.
They seem pretty adamant about us going.
But do you want to go?
Does it matter what I want?
Listen, it does. It does to Sonder, whether it matters to them or not.
Oh. Well, let's leave until they find us. I'm sure they will, but we can leave.
Fair enough. Sonder is gonna put Dinger on his... Sonder takes Dinger, puts him on the desk.
Oh.
Desk Dinger.
Puts Dinger in his home.
You put Dinger back to his home. Meanwhile, Beretta, as you go to the door, we're gonna cut the scene over to Amai. Just slide that camera up there.
Slide that camera. Amai he's just sort of leaned on a table. Just sort of like, what have I done? You ruined something again.
Oh, bye.
Alright, we'll check in on you later. Right now, Sanders, deal with the Deckling.
He goes to a drawer, he pulls out like a set of like less than like 5 letters and sort of just like puts them in a box. And then just sort of places it down. I guess she might want to read these. There's not much in them, but okay. He sort of slaps his face and begins walking.
Yeah. Are you headed out? Are you headed out in the same direction as Scius, or same direction as Beretta? Is the question.
I think he's gonna just head in the same direction. I think he's gonna accept Beretta's thing of not wanting to talk about it.
Yeah.
So he's gonna go towards Scius.
Okay.
Actually, he stops and then looks at the back door. Wonder where C.
Yeah. No, that's you. Like look at the back door and you like shake your head as she goes, and then like yeah, given time, head peeks out of doors. This is a bathroom. Anyway.
How long is she in my bathroom?
This is a good question.
He was smelling all of your shampoos.
You know, normal people things. Anyway.
Shampoo.
Stole
your razors.
Beretta and Sonder, where are you headed? Where are you two going?
Wherever Beretta wants to be.
Beretta, where do you want to be?
She's just following Sonder.
Oh, okay.
Sonder.
Well, then we're wandering. Then they're walking. They're just walking.
You're just walking? Okay, roll a
just
d20
walking.
for me then.
Because Sonder meanders the city when he doesn't have anything else to do.
No. Roll that d20 for me.
Roll the d20. Boop. 5.
Excellent. Okay, not fantastic luck. In that case, you're headed through this area at night. If there are any players here, I'll eradicate them.
Dead. They die.
They die.
Oh, this is fine. This is whatever.
Oh, that's fine.
Actually, or would he?
This
No,
map's
he would
still
not take her to the
misaligned.
tide. Never mind.
This map's still
He's
a
not
little
taking
misaligned,
her
so
there.
we're gonna go over here.
Oh, I see.
Nah, ignore the misaligned section of
What
that.
happened?
Just
what?
dimensional.
How
Sometimes
does-
the dimensions.
How
shift.
does this happen?
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
It
It's,
happens
like,
because the
worsens-
screenshot was a little too big.
Yeah.
I
So,
see.
so yeah, you two are just walking.
Beretta's just quietly following.
There she is. I see.
It's in the
So,
lower right.
yeah, Sonder. God, Sonder's just kind of he's doing the thing he did with Cosmo, where he was like, gotta walk her, gotta get her out of here. Even though he knows the answer, but he's gonna look. He looks down at her and he's like, "How are you doing?"
It's not fair.
I know.
I mean, I guess you would get it. To have expectations put on you of something that you feel that isn't given in return. I've always felt like I needed her, but clearly she didn't feel the same way.
Sonder considers that he didn't know her and he couldn't find her, so he's like, nah.
I guess you know my family.
Yeah.
My father is almost available to a fault. So much so that it can be difficult to talk to him because he is so attentive. And you know my mother.
I guess he does. Well, Sonder kind of motions for her. They're gonna sit on the curb. They're gonna sit.
If you don't, you'd know her because she's like famous.
I don't. I'm considering. I feel like he probably only deals with, like, personally with William, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Never met Beretta's mom either.
Fair enough.
She's not bad, just distant. It's always been a bit more like a boss than a mother. So
Sonder's just listening. He's listening he's getting God. He's kind of like, this is why I'm here. This is why they attached to me. He's like picking it up. He's like, I understand why I've never been able to escape these people.
And so I suppose I've always had a hole in my heart for, I don't know, someone close to me who's real.
Sonder, there's like a quick pass of a face when she's like someone who's real. He's like, eh.
No, she notices the look on his face and she's like, I know what you're thinking, but you're wrong. Whatever you are, whatever the nature of your existence is, you've been there for me, and that's why I feel the way I do.
He looks down at the street and is like, I guess I have, huh?
And in the moments where I've felt lost and as though no one had my back, I knew, even if it was just because you were getting paid, that, I don't know, somewhere you were out there and it was your job to make sure I would make it out all right. It's, comforting. Like one fair thing in a world that isn't fair.
He kind of laughs a little at that. He's like, Well, he leans over a little bit and he's like, I was only getting paid. Your father insisted on paying me. Sonder he doesn't ask for money.
No, William just gives it.
He just ended up with expensive clients who assumed I'll give you this money.
So
Between the two of us, he kind of like, I'll take the money, but like I never asked for it.
So then why?
I told you. I do what's needed. He lost one, he didn't want to lose another. He needed someone to make sure he didn't.
I see. Sonder, if I could ask you something.
He looks at her.
How do you view yourself?
Oh, fuck.
Ew.
Oh, dear Lord.
And she elaborates. Since coming back to the city, I've learned a lot about myself and how the perception of others affect how I view myself. And I'm really just interested how somebody like you can form that perception of yourself with a severe lack in the perception of others.
Oh god, what a gross question to ask Sonder. He's like genuine. First off, he's very genuinely like very shocked by that question. He doesn't. And he takes a second and he kind of like looks up a little, like, you know, thinking motions. Like he's gonna find the answer somewhere else. And I think finally he leans back on one hand and gives exactly that answer. He's like, I never thought about it.
I see. And that doesn't bother you?
No.
There's nothing else you want. You don't want to feel a certain way. You simply do what needs to be done. You're no different than nature itself. You simply exist and live to exist.
He considers that. And after a moment he gives like the little shrug of agreement, like, I guess so.
I see. And you're content with that?
Served me fine so far.
I have to say I'm a bit jealous.
Oh yeah?
To not be affected by the perception of others, it just seems like it would be a great burden lifted from me.
He considers that. It's never bothered him before. But he gets the feeling that it might bother other people, right?
Yeah.
To not be perceived by others. He thinks about Vaughn.
Yeah.
I think he might express that. He's like, I think it might be easier for me than it is for most. It's never bothered me before, but I've seen people get lost.
But it bothers you that other people might feel that way.
Yeah.
So maybe you don't just exist to exist. Maybe you exist so that others don't have to feel the way that you do.
He tilts his head. Think that makes it sound sadder than it is.
Well, when you break down your entire existence into a sentence, it kind of does ring hollow.
Maybe. It's a matter of perspective.
Well, not that it matters to you, but I perceive you as someone very important. I think that's a job that's worth doing. And if you ever did get an inkling of the feeling that it did bother you, that you were put in this situation, let me be the one that tells you that it's not for nothing.
Saunders smiles a little bit and he's like, I'll keep that in mind.
Good.
He gives her a pat on the shoulder. And he does another thing. He takes one of his business cards out of his pocket and he's like, I've been helping you out because your father asked me to. And I'll keep doing it for him. But he doesn't expect a lot of interference from me. Just wants me to make sure you don't die. And he hands her the business card and he's like, if you ever want my help directly, you know how to find me.
Thanks.
Oh my god.
Oh. Sonder being sweet rips my heart in half. Every single time it happens, I'm like, oh.
Listen, he does it sometimes.
He does do it sometimes.
Sonder doesn't do much, but when he does do, he do.
It feels. Oh, it feels. Skyus, where did you take everybody else?
Take us to Market Night, please.
Oh. Roll a d20 for me. You know why.
Yeah.
You know about the special situation around Market Night.
Yeah.
Just looked at
8.
No.
Okay, good.
Not tonight.
That's good.
That's good. But that would maybe that would ruined what
That
you were
would throw
planning.
in a pretty hearty wrench into the universe.
This is the dangers of going to the market at night.
It's true, man. It really is.
What, we're gonna
There
get
might
jumped
be
by the
a-
faceless swordsman or something?
Oh no, much
No,
worse.
it's much worse.
If you
Okay.
insist on hanging out with Sonder, you're probably gonna get jumped by the
You-
faceless swordsman.
You are,
eventually anyway.
yeah.
There might be a ghost Rui and a ghost faceless swordsman on that map that need to be destroyed.
That's fine.
Because
You know.
So
yeah.
are we just 1v1ing the faceless swordsman every night?
Don't worry about it, Tim.
Oh yeah, there they are.
Yeah, I killed him.
Terrible news for him. The captain is already watching him as a competent player. If
No,
Rui
that was
doesn't
one of
want
the-
more responsibilities,
that was
he
one
better
of
cut that
the-
shit out.
That's one of the outcomes in the Son Session 0 Nego could have rolled. Didn't end up happening, so they died there.
Oh boy, yeah, no.
Yeah,
there you go.
also make sure the actual terrible thing is GM Larry's. Last time he
Oh, yeah.
wasn't.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. He's not even here. I think I killed him the last time in a panic.
Yeah.
I would have spawned him though, which is
Yeah.
that's the way it should be. Boom, bam, boom, bing, bong. 4 people, Sky's in front. T in second.
I obliterate these ones into the ocean.
Which ones?
Die.
Kill wherever they are.
Blue squad.
Top rightish.
Top rightish.
I'm
Oh god,
moving
blue,
them into
die.
the ocean.
Okay, there you go. Wow, yeah, they're all blue.
Cassius
Yeah.
is kind of hanging back, kind of checking on Amai, but not wanting to be like, you want to talk about it in front of everyone, but he's
No.
kind of hand on your shoulder kind of vibe.
Yeah, am I sort of just he's kind of feeling like he's sad, but he's not the one who should be the most sad.
Just
Alright, come on.
keeps
Let's
walking
keep
forward.
up.
Oh
He's kind of just making sure you're like good, I guess.
He's good as he can be.
Yeah. Cassius isn't gonna force you. He's just like, he's kind of like just making sure you don't like go off into your brain, you know, about it.
Yeah.
This guy is kind of just like mumbling to himself, like, let's see, which one would be good? This one. Keeps going up.
I moved them around the tree.
Around the tree.
Rumor has it there's a shadowy figure that appears on top of that restaurant at night.
Huh. Wonder what that's all about.
I have no idea. She just shrugs. I'm not usually out this late.
Sky is approaching the end of the dock, kind of like looks out at the water. This is more connected to the big fuck off ocean area, because it'll eventually take you to Gylardian Fleet. He sits there and he kind of looks and takes in the fog around and kind of does a deep breathe in, deep breathe out, and then turns around and looks at Cassius and Mai. All right, now let's wait for the others. He kind of gives a little smile.
Are you sure you want to wait for them?
Yeah, that's important. He sits down and plops the pizza down right here.
All right. If they're not here in the next, 15 minutes, I'll go find them.
Mm-hmm.
And my
Sounds
says
good.
crisscross applesauce.
Cassius sits next to you. He's kind of like had his hand on your back, like patting you a little bit, like the whole walk here, just making sure you don't like wander off or stop walking. He's just like checking on you.
Tia very politely kneels and just stays there. She looks to Cassius and is like, if you want me to run and get him, you could just point me in the right direction.
Well, there's a good chance they're probably moving.
That's true.
So,
I am very fast, though.
Yeah.
I can go grab them. Don't worry.
Gaius kind of sits here and being self, and then he starts trying to re-munch on a piece of pizza this time. Does better than last time.
I might
Well.
eat a few.
Yeah, Cassius is back to eating pizza. He's like, so what is the plan? What are we doing here?
You'll see. He kind of gives a little bit of a fun little smile.
Oh, is that
He
a
keeps
surprise?
eating. I guess, yeah. He looks at over at Cassius and Mai, and he keeps munching on a pizza, and he kind of speaks up. You know, I'm a little curious, actually, if you don't mind me asking. Why'd you guys decide to come to the city? I know, Cassius, you might have a harder time answering that question, but Mai, why'd you come to the city?
That's something entirely. Well, I came because I was interested.
Oh, gotcha.
There was rumors about strange things happening, and I was already traveling around, so I had to come up with a base of operations, as it were.
Yeah, I getcha. He kind of rubs his chin. We came here because I suggested it offhandedly.
Tia
Oh.
closes her eyes and nods sagely.
That's something.
Well,
Yeah,
are you happy you came?
yeah. I'm having fun so far. So far, nothing really too bad has happened to me.
Cassius thinks back to the mark of death, and he's like, I see.
That's just a Friday thing for Skies. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. My sort of acknowledges his his flippancy with that. It's like, that's okay. I understand him a little bit more now.
Yeah, Cassius has come to this understanding because of the conversation him and Scius and Seely had earlier today. Cassius kind of speaks up. He's like, well, you're right. That's a hard question for me to answer because I have always been here as far back as my memory goes, and any memories I have of not being here don't really exist other than the island.
Gotcha.
I can say that the reason I stay here is because I love this place.
Oh. And what makes you love it? He smiles.
Cassius thinks, I guess everything?
Oh, everything.
I don't
As
think
far as the
there-
lights and streets as well?
Yes. I like everything. It's a little silly and maybe a little simple, but I just like it here. I really, really love this place with every bit of my heart.
Oh, gotcha. Hmm.
That's
So it's both
understandable.
the place and the people, huh?
Yep.
Anyone in particular that sticks out to you?
Anyone or anywhere.
Yeah, why not both?
I love a lot of people in the city. I
Tia looks at you.
generally, I generally do just care about pretty much everyone that I know here. I want to make sure everyone is alright. It's kind of hard with all the stuff that's going on. For places here in the city, I do love all of the city, but I think if I had to pick a favorite place, I think it's my apartment building.
Oh, and why's that?
It was really empty for a while. You know what, that feeling of being alone in a big empty expanse? Kind of felt like that for a really long time. But now there are a bunch of people in it.
Yeah, I get that. He smiles a bit, then he looks over to Amai. So, what keeps you in the city?
Definitely the people.
Oh? Anyone who sticks out in particular?
Not just one person. He sort of like rubs his ankle. It's more of I haven't let myself gather around people for a lot of my life. And this is one of the first places that I've let myself. I have a group of people who I care about, and I hope cares about me. So I guess it's precious to me.
Ah, gotcha. He thinks to himself a bit. That's pretty admirable. He actually spins and then turns to Tia. Hey, Tia.
Ear perks
Anything
up.
in the city so far that has drawn your attention? Anything that you're particularly interested or you're looking to delve into?
Well, you know why I'm here, but she sort of thinks, yes, I think this is an interesting place. I'll admit, I don't think my motives are as pure as your guys. She sort of, like, scratches her cheek. A long time ago, I met a certain girl that, well, she was an absolute wreck. She came in and harassed my family, and, I hated her guts for it. She sort of trails off. She has a smile on her face. And at the time, I remember thinking, why couldn't anyone do anything about this? And it was because that girl came from a rich family, and our family was polite, and we followed proper rules of decorum, and no one could do anything about it. And that really annoyed me, so she crossed a line, and I threw her in a lake. Tia says with a very serious expression. And I've sort of carried that lesson with me forwards. I've sort of always wanted to be a knight. And I sort of recognize that this world is bound up by different chains. Obligation, responsibility, loyalty, etc. Loyalty is a chain that I choose to wear willingly, because I think it adds meaning to my life. She sort of smiles and, like, closes her eyes. But at the same time, I think I'm a person of great courage because I'm willing to do what it takes. Even if, even if that little monstrosity is going around and everyone says you can't throw her in the lake, sometimes someone has to. And I think it takes a truly courageous person to do so. So I guess that's my path to knightliness. She sort of waves a hand, doing what needs to be done, no matter not letting anyone stop me in the way, holding true to my values and making sure that no matter what steps I take, I never become corrupted myself. I think that's what true virtue is. She sort of smiles and leans in. There's no virtue in living a completely complacent life. Unless there are temptations of power and you're given a chance to truly exceed, your virtue won't be tested. That's a peaceful life, not a virtuous one. She crosses her legs and then sits there, like, very proud of this answer. Tia's kind of intense.
Yeah.
Cassius takes this, formulates his opinions about it, says nothing.
Yeah. Amai thinks and says, I can understand that.
And
Hey,
then,
Tia,
yes,
can I ask you a question?
what's that?
Which is more important, justice or kindness?
Her face sort of falls for a second. I think, if I had to guess, I think justice is the most important thing.
I see.
She
Kind of thought you might have that answer.
she nods. Kindness will follow. You have to make a truly just world before people can... How do I put this? In a just world, people can be kind. In an unjust world, people are kind because they feel obligated to. I want to be able to trust in my bonds and the bonds around me. So, I need to make everything fair first. I hate the idea of being caught up in a job, a relationship, or anything like that, where people are kind to me only because they feel like it's right. That's not just. So I have to make everything fair first, you know?
I see. Alright, that makes sense.
Sporkle. And
Cassius has his own opinions on this and is saying nothing. I'm saying that because I know if I don't, you will never know.
Tia sort of turns over and it goes, well, of course that begs the final question. What are you drawn to?
Me?
Of course.
That's a good question. He thinks about that for a good hot second, and he kind of raises a finger. I guess everything that I don't understand.
Which parts do you not understand?
A lot.
Probably most of it. Tia sort of like relaxes back.
A lot of times people will come up to me and ask me questions. Quite frankly, I just don't understand what the hell they're talking about. He kind of shrugs with his hands in the air. Like there was that one doctor me and Elixia met in Pinion Tower. And she was like, what do you think of modernity? And I was like, I don't even know what modernity is.
Tia shifts back and forth. I will admit, a lot of people in this city do talk in riddles. That's probably why you get along with that clown so much.
Oh, maybe.
Oh.
I don't know. We just kind of hang out sometimes.
Tia shrugs.
Isn't
He-
modernity the aspect of being modern? So, like, is it... Because it wasn't mundanity, right? It was modernity.
Yeah, modernity.
So I guess it would be the modern aspects of the city, or the world.
For me personally, I guess where we come from, we didn't have all these skyscrapers going up all the way.
I don't think many places else in the world do.
Oh. I remember a good portion of our lights at the old manor were like candlelit.
If you guys need help installing electricity in wherever you came from, there's a lot of courses at the university for it.
Wow.
It's probably fine. I kicked a lantern over once and almost burnt the house down.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. And I gotta say, guys highly contemplates continuing what he's about to say. He is contemplating saying, it was kind of fun practice to practice throwing stones to turn out the night guard's lights one else we could see. But he contemplates if he should say this with Tia right next to him.
Tia's just sitting there, same saintly expression as always.
Amai
I gotta say, it was something rustic about it. It was pretty cool.
Amai hangs his feet off the edge and goes, I'm not good with technology and advancements.
Cassius nods. He knows this.
I see. I forgot. Do you want us to stop talking about it?
No, it's not like it upsets me. It's more.
Frustrating.
Yes, I want to know, but it is more difficult than I feel like it should be.
Gaius kind of thinks so. I guess I can get that. They handed me this big old clunky phone thing when I entered the city, and I'll be perfectly frank, I've only ever used it twice. I don't really get it.
Yeah,
Did I give you my number?
I think you did.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Yeah, he goes, so far I've only really used it to call Celia about some stuff, but that's about it.
It's the only.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a hell of an only number to call.
It's really helpful for situations where you're lost or you've planned to meet up with somebody and they are particularly late. You can
I could
call
have
them.
called Barbados.
Yes,
just like
don't
I.
think that Dr.
Wow.
Barbados uses a cell phone.
Oh,
He
okay.
He does not. He does not.
Wow. Okay, I'm still in the clear then.
There are some people in the city who don't, but it makes things convenient. Like, if you need to ask somebody to do something, but you don't want to have to go all the way and find them, you can just call them. Or if you're lost, you can call and ask, and you can talk to people from a distance.
Ah, that's cool.
I can do that with a spell.
Well, this just makes it so that anyone can do it.
How do I put this? Tia sort of puts up a hand. Technology itself is just another mentality to fall into. It's another rule set that you need to figure out, even if it is alien or different. The best way to put it is, she folds her hands and then sort of like leans in. A lot of technology was made by inventors who were younger. They're meant to address inconveniences from an age when they were young. As such, technology always trails just behind mankind. It's almost like, it's like attaching a can to a horse so that it scares the horse and it runs forever. Basically, technology will always drag just behind people, and it'll always drive us forward, and it'll always be frightening to some extent. She says, nodding understanding. But here's the thing. The technology that you're attempting to master today will be outdated in 5 to 10 years as well. The world's moving forward at an incredibly rapid rate, and unless you fall into the mindset that the world that you understand is constantly falling away from you, it'll always seem alien and frightening to you.
It's also particularly bad here in the city,
Yeah.
where they focus on it a lot,
My
on
family...
that progression.
She nods. My family chose to mostly ignore technology, so I've actually had this conversation a few times with my grandma. She sort of mutters off to the
If you need help, explaining things, I don't mind. I do a lot of the electrical work in the old town, so I can help with this sort of thing to a certain extent.
Hey, Skies, what was that roll for?
That was more pizza roll.
Ah, yes, okay, so you're actually doing good on the Zaw.
Yeah.
Cassius has just been eating pizza, like, patiently.
Tia's like, oh, Cassius, you saint.
He's not eating it, like, at a pace where he's, like, gorging himself, but he's had, like, 3 slices, and he's like, that's a lot of pizza. And he's, like, debating if he's gonna get a 4th one. Because he had halfway done with one of the pieces, and then they left, so he just finished it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She like looks back at it and like looks over to Skyus and then looks to Cassius and like sort of blinks and is like, well, I guess what I'm thankful for is, I suppose, the things that I don't understand about this city. By a complete stroke of luck, I actually had a chance to get close to Cassius, and honestly, based on our answers to your little question earlier, I don't know if we would have been able to understand each other without a little bit of a boost, she says, like, looking over to you with sort of a half smile.
Yeah, I suppose that's fair. A lot of our answers to the other thing, he says, not stating exactly what it was, were pretty on opposing ends, but in that situation, it was very helpful.
We're very different people, so I guess if I'm going to find a perfect reason why the city's nice, is it forces different people together. Hopefully under less dire situations, but I have to admit I had fun.
He smiles.
My things.
My thinks on his. Yeah, no, you had a time during yours.
Yeah.
Seely, your experiences with her are not something you would describe as something that you were grateful for.
Cassius and Tia had a good time.
Yeah, Cassius and Tia had a good
Cassius,
time.
actually thinking about that, kind of looks at Tia, looks at Skyus. It has that nice, pleasant expression on his face, but it's this expression he has on his face right now, but with like this slight energy.
Yeah.
Skyus kind of sits there and he kind of exhales out of it. Okay. Well, if the conversation's winded down, how about we see if we can't get the others here?
Alright, I can go run and grab them.
Yeah, that'd be
Cassius
perfect.
stands
Thank
up,
you.
dusts himself off. I'll be right back. And he gives a polite wave, and he's just gonna start jogging.
Jug.
Cassius,
He turns around.
do you want to use me to find them? She pulls out a hand.
He thinks about who it is.
Yes.
She.
He's gonna red string Tia.
You red string Tia. Tia's bond to Sonder is one that you immediately. It's like a zigzaggy bond, and that her feelings have changed on Sonder a lot up and down, which it jumped from, oh, I have a crush on this guy too. Oh, Lixie is dating this guy too. Is Lixie dating this guy actually though? To, Sonder's cool, whatever. That one's like.
He was actually looking for Berettas,
Yeah.
and he finds Saunders and goes, better, grabs it.
Yeah, no, you find the Sonder one, and the Sonder one is too vague for you to follow, is the best way to describe
okay.
it. She's too conflicted about Sonder. And then you grab onto the Beretta one. The Beretta one is literally a red string of fate. Like, this is like, it burns white and hot in your hands.
Oh, so it's like hard to touch?
This connection is intense, is the best way to describe it. And looking at Tia, you notice a lot of her most important bonds are kind of like that. The one that's going over to Skyus literally reminds you of the heat of the sun.
Cassius looks at this, and he looks at Tia, and he goes,
She tilts her head. What's the
I think
matter?
at some point I should explain to you how this ability of mine works. And I think that we should talk about some things.
and he just smiles at her, and he goes,
But not right now. I'm gonna go find them.
and he starts to, even though it's like fucking burning like the sun, he's
Yeah.
just like following this little string.
You are going to take additional damage from following Tia's. It doesn't matter because it's a mini RP. However, I want to register that happens.
Yeah.
Oh.
Tia sits back down. She's like, that was very cryptic.
He's like, I don't want to make a big deal out of this because we just had a different emotional Beretta conversation, but oh boy.
Yeah.
And given enough time, Cassius, you do come back with the others.
Oh yeah, I guess I can't. He's like, I need you to come. Are you doing okay? Or do you want to come? I can tell him no.
It's okay. I expected you to come. I'm fine now.
Okay. He pats you on the back, and he's like, did you get enough time? Are you sure you good?
These three.
Yeah. Did you appreciate not having to leave the city and go on a boat to find me this time?
I wasn't thinking about it, but yes, I am. He says, just kind of joking around.
I'm thinking you could use another vacation sometime.
Not so soon, I hope. Looks at Sonder.
Sonder looks at Cassius.
Gives him you good?
He
Good homie.
Sonder gives a little shrug. He's like, I'm fine.
Okay. He trots back up.
Sonder lightly hurts Beretta. Even though he doesn't have to, because she is.
Amaya is sitting over the edge still.
Cassius comes and sits like right here.
She's politely sitting again.
Sander kind of stops here, notes that Mai exists, and kind of like lets Beretta do whatever she's gonna do.
Beretta clears her throat and approaches Amai.
Cassius will move out of your way.
Tia will lean in dramatically again.
Amai?
He looks up.
I would like to formally apologize.
There is no need for an apology.
Oh. No, I'm not apologizing for what I said. Or how I felt.
No?
Unfortunately for you, you've been put in the situation where you are going to unjustly be the target of my frustrations regarding my sister. Until she clears that up herself. And until then, you will make me upset. And it's not your fault, and it's not fair. But here we are. I'm apologizing that we are put in this situation.
Again, there's no need to re-apologize. I can accept this.
Good. And then she steps away.
Skyus peeks up. Oh, well, that was really nice. Anyway, he stands up.
Sander makes direct eye contact with Gaia.
Cassius is ready for Skies to like pull out a Glock and kill one of them. Like he's like, "Why are you being weird?"
Don't worry about it. Skyus actually takes his hat off and he places it on the ground, and he looks at you all. You notice that his eyes are sharper than they normally are right now, and he's like, "So, how many of you swim?"
I can't swim. I can swim, but I can't swim.
Ah, gotcha. That's fine.
I can't get in the water.
Oh, no, that's fine too.
I was the captain of the swim club.
Gotcha.
Tia quietly off to the side. Yeah, she swims real good. For a second, shitty Tia emerges. Looks.
What about you, Amai? What about you, Sonder?
Oh, I can swim.
Sander full of distrust. I do fine.
That's perfectly fine. After all, you're not swimming. None of you are. He kind of lets out a nice little gentle sigh for a second. Hey Jay, can I request a very specific music track just because it fits the vibe? Within the Sonder Session 0 OST, there's a track called Momozawa's Nostalgia. Can you play that one for me?
Fear of God?
It's fine. This is nice. This is really nice. I like nights like this, actually. He kind of stands up here. Why doesn't everybody line up?
Tia, like, shrugs, lines up.
It's nice to look out over the ocean together, right?
Confused, Amai gets up.
Sander.
Cassius like looks at Sonder like,
oh, come on, line up next to me now.
It's like, what is
No need to stand
happening?
back. Come on, line up next to me. Everyone, come on. There we go. You too, Sonder.
Watching Sky.
You know, I'll be honest. Earlier, I was sitting inside of your shop, Amai, and I was sitting next to all that piss and vinegar that was happening. And I'll be honest with you, I hated it.
"Do you want my top, Greta?" Okay.
I apologize.
Oh, don't apologize. You don't have anything to apologize for. I just happened to be there. He continues to smile and looks at the ocean water. You know, I really like the water a lot, actually. It's really nice. It's really good for resetting and clearing the minds of all of the bad vibes and just about everything. He actually grabs Amai and Cassius's hands. Everybody join hands. This will be nice.
Cassie's is getting more scared.
Is this normal?
Tia sort of shrugs and like looks over to you and is like, "Isn't the better part of courage on overcoming the unknown?"
Don't use my words against me.
she flicks you in the nose and then holds your hand.
Well, seeing as not everyone here can swim, I'm not gonna make anyone get into the water. You know, that'd be really rude of me and honestly really messed up. But you know, whenever I need a good old emotional reset after a long, tough day or a few weeks, I like just to sit at the bottom of a lake. He smiles. It's really nice for clearing the mind and clearing everything.
It's weird. I do the same thing, except for the pool.
Huh.
Yeah.
Wonder where
When
you
I learned I
developed that
couldn't drown, it
fondness.
helped a lot.
Oh, all right.
He sits there and he continues smiling. Sonder, give a vibe check.
Okay. Let's roll. Are we rolling to die?
Yeah, it'd be a roll to die.
No.
It's responding to something.
Okay.
Roll die.
Okay.
Roll die, Sonder. Roll die. Okay, that's good enough. I'll go ahead and tell you. Sonder, you're beginning to sense some form of mother emerging.
Yeah, he's. Yeah. Okay.
Well, you know, sitting at the bottom of the pool after today, it seems like everybody's had a bit of an emotional roller coaster recently. So why not make it a good time to clear everybody's minds? So everybody take a deep breath. Waits for
Guess I
everybody to
can't
take a
swim.
deep breath. Oh no, like I said, nobody's swimming. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Cassius takes a deep breath.
Mike
And
grabs
breathe out.
Sonder's hand and breathes in and breathes out.
Breathe in.
Tia like
Breathe
sort of
out.
looks over to Sonder and like honestly a little flushed. She like holds out a hand like, humor me?
He watches her for a second and then decides, fuck it.
Yeah,
Verona
he-
leans over to Tia and says, "You're choosing a tremendously uphill battle, but I admire you."
she
He
turns
takes her
back.
hand.
She turns back and actually like looks over to you and like, I feel like I don't need to repeat my catchphrase at this point.
Breathe in one more time. Breathe in really, really deeply. And Cassius and Amai, you notice that Skyus is like taking like an inhumanely deep breath. Like it just keeps going. It's like some Demon Slayer bullshit happening right now. And
Cassius is sweating because he's like, I can swim, but if I get in the he's thinking this to himself, I can swim, but if I get in the water, my bandages are gonna go loose, and then I'm gonna be unable to like move my head, and he's worried you're gonna push him into the water.
push! Cassius, no! Skyus would never do something like that. No! Skyus pulls himself and everyone into.
That's kind of what I thought was gonna happen.
Yeah.
What
Come on.
happens?
Skyus, almost before leading the way into the water, takes all that air he just deeply inhaled, and he breathes out a fucking maelstrom into the fucking water below, creating an almost like sphere around them. As they both just, you just fucking impact the floor of the river canals.
It
Yes,
smells like pizza.
Too bad.
We're
Skyus,
like Avatar: The Last Airbender bubble at the bottom of the oceaning right now.
yes. He sits down there and he's actually going to use a bit of his magic to like create like a thin layer of some like almost icy like substance around the outside of it, just creating a nice little sphere for everyone to sit in at the bottom of the water.
Well, that's one mystery solved. Tia says to herself quietly.
Normally I drown, but this time I couldn't really do that because you all would drown too. So I decided, this would be nice. He plops in the bottom of the water and looks up at the ceiling.
Sandra's suddenly having a great time.
The best time.
you you start to move around at the bottom of the water, and like there's all this discarded shit down here. Like this is where the merchants trade. A lot of stuff winds up down here.
He's having a great time.
The void.
I'm in the abyss.
void?
The void. Yeah, the
Did
void.
it
Yeah,
Get
just
sent to the
darkness.
void.
Did dynamic lighting just get turned on?
Sure did.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah,
ooh.
it seems that way because I
Oh.
can like find icons
hold
in the
on.
darkness if I look around.
Hold
hard
on,
enough.
hold on. We can take advantage of this. I don't know why it just turned on, but I can is it,
Just smite you.
it's true. Here, dynamic lighting, doink, doink. Let's make this as canon as physically possible. Here's your McFucking bubble. Bright light, distance, 30 feet. Bam. That's a little too big, but fuck
A little
it.
too big.
I-
Shrink it to
I'll
like
shrink
20.
it
It's
20.
great.
Saunders having a great time. I'm
Saunders having a
you
great
know what?
time.
I'm very happy for him.
Listen, he's-
That's much better.
Yeah.
Turns
This
out
guy
the
is-
bottom of the lake is ideal.
The best Sonder date spot that no one would have guessed.
Oh my god.
The bottom of the
Bottom
lake.
of the earth.
He's having a great time all of the time.
Sonder's IPD badge is down here, dude.
Probably. Oh, dynamic lighting just turned off.
Oh god,
Okay.
Christ. Maxie Higgins' corpse is down here.
Cassius is looking around at all the shit down here like, oh wow,
Oh god.
this is really cool.
Yeah, I love doing this type of stuff. Used to do it all the time back at the old place. You find lots of crazy stuff underwater. Lots of stuff.
Sunder looks up at the fish.
You look up and you witness the fish from below.
From below this time.
I'm ecstatic at how happy Sonder is. This is making
Cassius is really happy as well.
Yeah, it's just
Sonder
like
kind of,
this
like,
is
prance around.
delightful.
It's like 100%. It's the positive version of when he woke up in the fucking in the township.
This guy just impacts the muddy ass ground with his back and just looks up at the sky through the water.
Yeah.
Cassius is standing because he's not gonna sit in the mud.
Tia's gonna pull out
Sunder will sit in the mud.
You two sit in the mud. Tia pulls out a blanket and puts it down for her, Brenna, and Cassius to sit on.
Cassius comes over and sits.
Gestures over to Brenna.
Well, everybody feeling clearer now?
Yeah, this is really nice.
That's good.
Yes, I'm clear on a few things. Now I understand how you managed to escape a few times. This is brilliant.
Thank you.
Now she knows to come look for you at the bottom of the
At the
ocean.
bottom of the ocean.
Literally, Tia's like, I'd say something, but at the same time, how the fuck am I ever gonna find him at the bottom of the ocean? Like, you win this round, I guess.
You win this round, rabbit.
Begin making fucking scuba gear
Yeah.
for annihilating him.
Amaya is like sort of looking at the edge of the sphere and just like sort of looking out.
Okay.
What's your vibes, Amai? How you feeling?
Amaya's feeling empty, but like a good kind of empty, like he's calming down.
Okay, good. Sunder goes back to being a happy dog.
Hey, Sonder, roll a
Hey, Sonder.
roll a d20 for me for finding shit at the bottom of the ocean.
14.
Oh, that's excellent. You find you actually managed to dig around and you find an old compass
old guy.
immediately. Yeah, you
He
find
finds his old IPD badge and immediately wangs it.
let's just throw that out 20 more feet. Okay. No, you actually find an old barnacle encrusted compass immediately at the bottom of the water, completely forgotten. It's like, damn, a lot of treasure down here actually.
Oh, I wanna look.
Joy.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy for him.
Cassius like holds out his hand for the compass, like, oh wow, there's a lot of barnacles on this thing. Do you think it still works?
There's only one way to find out. He's gonna fucking deal with that. He's gonna fucking roll into the tide and lock himself into one of their fucking. They grab their fucking. He's gonna fucking ruin Seymour's life. Be like, I'm taking your shit. So he can restore the stupid fucking compass.
Oh my god.
Cassius looks at the ground around the blanket. Is there anything interesting there?
Give me your d20 roll. Just raw luck.
Hey!
Oh, 14! Hey, a
Another
magic compass!
Cassius,
BFF compasses.
Cassius picks a compass off the ground, like, oh wow. Holds it up to the one that's on their compass, like, look at this guy, they're the same.
That's a weird ass coincidence.
BFF bracelets, but compasses, I guess.
Bracelets, but compasses they found at the bottom of the lake.
Wonder what other treasures there is to find down here.
The butt of a cigarette.
Compass.
Oh my
A
god.
rock.
Fuck yeah! A rock!
Feed it to Beretta.
Oh.
I have to screenshot this like happy Saunders scene really quick.
Yeah.
I just need to like document it.
Yeah, hang it up on the wall. Get it fucking
That's the
framed.
Exact opposite. Like, if we're on a spectrum of Saunders' feral energy, we're on the exact opposite of when he woke up in the township.
I guess, well, I've just got one question. How do you get out?
Oh, that's a good question indeed. Climbing, usually.
He's like, I see.
I can't get wet.
Oh, I can make a ladder or something.
Okay.
I can assist.
Oh yeah, you got that like bat bird scorpion thing, right?
Yes, and I do have magic as well.
Oh, wow. This could also be good training for your like magic, Cassius. We could see if it'll help you zoop on out.
Oh.
I don't know if it does anything like that. I suppose I could try and grab the side of the building with a string.
You could.
Cassius, you gonna roll them, use your magic dice and pray for that crit 20?
He's gonna like come over here, like away from the others a little bit, and he'll roll his. He'll roll. Hold on, I need to roll the die. Really, hold on. There's a bunch of things I need to do, really quick for this.
Tia moves over to the bottom of the thing and is just like, "Wow, okay."
Yeah, Maya's looking underneath.
I think if anyone wanted to, now's probably the perfect chance. If you want to carve your name and someone else's in a heart, you could probably, like, I don't know, get romantic luck or something.
Did you have someone in mind?
I actually don't.
Tia.
which is why I asked. She's like, if anyone has anyone in mind, like, give it a shot.
Why don't you put, like,
I assume it's like at the bottom of the like dock.
why
Yeah.
don't you carve a heart and put your name in it, and then when you find someone, you can come back. Maybe it'll be like a good omen,
That doesn't seem like a bad
like
idea.
a slot to fill.
She
Actually, from my experiences, if you state your intentions, then, and you really mean it, like you really have to mean it and believe it, then maybe something will happen.
Oh, great.
Okay. Then nobody look, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
She I'm
He
serious.
doesn't get it.
Nobody
He
look.
doesn't.
Oh,
Cassius like tries while they're like talking. He's like, okay, while no one's looking, so I can't embarrass myself. He,
you
like,
do that
goes
thing
for
of
it.
like a child trying to be Spider-Man / a child trying to use the Force, where you're like,
Nothing happens, and he just acts like it never happened.
I mean, Tia's gonna carve a name on the other side and then move over in this direction. Brett, are you fucking peeking?
Yes.
okay, I'll DM you what it is, and Bretta Pietro ain't a snitch, so you...
Yep.
Yeah, I'll tell you, and if anyone else wants to know, you have to take the morally reprehensible action of peeking. Beretta, you
Cassius will
monster.
never peek.
You'll never know.
Sonder doesn't give a shit.
Sonder, come on. Tia's fragile heart.
I'm glad that Senra isn't here because Senra would.
Senra would just be like, what? What the fuck's that mean? Like, look at it and be like, oh, weird.
Why are you gonna carve your name into it?
There's too many people to fit inside a singular heart.
Tight. Just write in all.
Okay.
You could write in your initials, maybe.
Oh.
You could just write like a big heart and then everyone's initials inside.
Since we're here together, do you want to put something?
Cassius thinks. Cassius, are you gonna be a romantic little bitch? Tell me.
Oh.
You
Oh?
are.
Oh?
You
Oh?
are gonna be a romantic little bitch. Yeah, Cassius will be like, yeah, I can write a heart with some names in it. He'll come over to the other side of the pillar, so yours is on one side and his is on the other. And he'll draw a heart and write his name in it.
Just his own?
There are other names.
Oh. Oh, will the person need to peek? In order to see?
Probably.
No.
Probably.
Are you going to share, or are you going to add the same stipulation that I am?
Yeah, you have the same stipulation. It's not like it's
Okay.
not obvious. I just need to figure out who he's writing.
Yeah, who's...
Okay, Cassius.
Beretta.
Well,
Who are you writing? Okay. That's who. Okay.
Yeah?
Alright, let me message Britta. It's really not that complicated.
I'm curious
I know.
which one you picked, though.
Genjiro Cyrell.
I would lose my fucking mind. Oh, I'm gonna, Brad. I'm gonna DM you what you
Yep.
wrote.
Everyone give me your secrets, because I'm looking at all of them. And you will notice that Beretta did not write anything.
Yeah.
Coward.
Sonder is tracking a specific fish.
Oh, nice.
There you go.
This is very nice mask.
Got a little hee hee hee.
Aww.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Bretta peeked on that, but has to pretend she didn't. What's the matter, Beretta?
Nothing.
Well, glad you're sticking to your word. You wiped that miserable look off your face.
You've helped brighten my day.
She beams.
Oh, is it your name?
Huh? Who knows? Who the hell knows?
My takes time. He seems to be carving something that isn't just a name. It seems to be a symbol of sorts. That's very intricate.
Cassius isn't gonna peek. He's not a
Even-
bitch.
Even if you peek, I think people who don't understand Sagarian magic wouldn't get it.
You wouldn't get it.
Hey, Cassius, if you did peek though, you might be able to remember something.
Ooh,
Yeah,
you might be
because
able to.
hey, you used to have whack ass tattoos, remember?
Yeah.
God.
You.
Cassius is on the other side over here. He finishes his up and he's like, alright, you good? He's like, looks at you carving something in and he's like, oh wow, are you actually writing every single initial?
He's like focusing. He has like his nail carving in. His nail, surprisingly, super sharp.
Yeah, that
Like-
makes sense.
Like it is surprising how easily it is cutting through this stuff.
Oh, wow.
But you see him carving something that doesn't look like standard like words in a language that everybody else would know. It seems to be a magic symbol of sorts, but I don't know if Cassius would remember.
Cassius, like, not like his intention wasn't to come over and fucking peek at yours, but then he's like, "Oh wow, you're really cutting into that thing." Sees it.
So what I'm gonna do then is Cassius, roll me a d20.
All right, here we go.
On a 5 or below, it's gone. You just won't
20.
remember it. Oh,
20.
it's 17. Okay.
Oh, shit.
Oh wow.
Oh wow. Okay. So Cassius, what I'm gonna say is, you will memorize this flat out. You don't know what it means yet, but you got it. It's
Okay.
like you've got it in your head, and the words make sense to you. You don't know what they mean yet, but they click.
Like it's like a thing of I'm like, oh, I
Oh.
recognize that.
Yeah, I
but
actually recognize
don't.
that, but you don't. Yeah.
Oh, you gonna like peeks over? He's like, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to look.
No,
Covers
it's
his
all
eyes.
right.
Do you know what these mean? Can you tell me what they mean?
Oh.
Unless it's like
This-
really private.
It's not. It's a promise. An old little knot that friends used to create. Usually you made them with somebody. Symbolizes a bond.
Oh,
Friendship.
Really? That's cool. So this is like this one is just like one that represents your relationship with a certain person then.
Yes.
Oh, that's really
I-
cool.
I have an old friend that I haven't been able to see in quite some time.
He smiles.
I guess I'm getting nostalgic.
I suppose now is the time to do so.
Yes.
These are actually kind of familiar.
Oh?
Yeah, that's all he's got. He's like, yeah, they seem familiar.
That's quite interesting. I don't meet many people who do know that.
He just kind of shrugs. He's like, I can't give you much context. I don't have it myself.
That's alright. I wasn't going to pry.
He smiles at you.
He finishes it up. And it kind of looks like two snakes wrapped around each other.
Yeah. Me quietly muttering, yeah. Me, Kaguya voice, gay.
Super gay.
Super gay.
And turns back. He sort of acknowledges Beretta and seems to be like, yeah, I'm gonna give them space.
Mark.
Cassius sees how much room has been taken on the blanket and is like, squidges
She'll move
in.
over.
Sunder had at some point normalized and was just vibing.
He's just having a good time.
It's just taking and being under the ocean, I guess.
I'm so, Sonder, I'm so happy.
Yeah, I'm like elated about how good of a mood Saunders in.
Well,
Listen.
if it helps at all, I think I could maybe use my magic to get us out of here. Tia sort of like straightens herself up. The annoying words of a certain someone have sort of been rattling around in my head, so I think I'd want to give it a shot.
Alright.
Okay. Don't laugh if it doesn't work, okay?
Okay.
If you need assistance.
I'll drop that swing.
Oh, yeah, God. Oh, thank God, please. Please? No, that was the wrong button. This one? This button. Hit this. Clash with gravity.
Oh, gravity!
Gravity,
don't be
roll
a
it
dick.
one.
Oops, there goes gravity.
Motherfucker.
Oops, there goes gravity.
Tia's like, okay, I'm gonna give this a shot, and you notice that the light from her hair fades, and she reaches out and holds up a single mote of light that floats up to somewhat near the dock, and you notice that it is quite literally it's like a small little black hole. It's pulling in all of the light around it, and Tia starts to float next to it a little bit at a time, gaining height, and then she falls.
I catch her.
Ah, excellent.
Yeah.
Cassius, you'll take the damage instead.
I catch her.
You're-
I catch her.
You are
This
wanged
is what he does.
you're wanged with an entire Tia on the way down as she just thwacks into you and is like, oh, okay. Yeah, not that easy, I guess.
I can't believe you just got thrown into a lake.
I threw myself into the lake. She's sort of like, how is Cassius holding her?
Just bridal style.
Yeah.
He caught her like he caught her in his arms.
She's trying to act dignified. She fluffs her hair out and she's like,
He like puts her down.
she stands
Slightly.
up and like dusts herself off slightly and is like, thank you so much, Cassius. Bows, looks back to Beretta. I threw myself into the lake.
I hope that you throwing yourself into the lake is as pivotal a moment as it was for me.
she like it. What am I supposed to say to that? You feel like you scored a point on Tia.
Done it. You hit it.
Why don't you give it another try? Magic is kind of hard. Sometimes you gotta just keep going.
If you would like, I can attempt.
Hold on, Tia's gonna, as Amai does it, Tia's going to eat shit in the background again.
Cassius is going to continue to just kind of like help her,
That's
like
the
grab
same
her if
roll.
she falls.
Yeah, that is.
Amai, give it a roll yourself. I'm gonna keep rolling for Tia until she succeeds, which will take 9 years.
Cassius is gonna die this session from Tia landing on him.
Yeah.
Going on, and Saunders
Cassius
just, like,
and Tia are
hiding
over
away.
here.
Oh, that looks pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Amai, give
Oh, you did it.
Amai has already reached the shore.
Oh shit!
Everyone else out to the point where it's just Tia and Cassius at the bottom of this lake.
Yeah, like.
Amai's arm completely turns to stone, and you see the sand underneath like solidifies and creates a little like bit of a staircase that they could get up.
Tia drags self to shore. Cassius, you've been hit with this person so many times. I'm so sorry about the hooves. I'm mortified.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
I kicked you so many times.
It's okay. Cassius is like, he's like probably fine.
You got hit for
Probably
let's see.
fine.
Let's see. You got hit for like 30 damage.
He's fine. That's like not even half his HP.
That's like not it.
That's
Tia repeatedly hitting you in the face with her feet only reduced your health by half.
It's fine.
Yeah.
You're fine.
No, that's all right. Cassius kind of like brushes his hair, like he's like,
Well, that certainly cleared my head. She starts to walk over in this direction and bumps into Beretta, and they're...
It's okay. I'm sure
Yeah.
walking around on those hooves took some getting used to.
Yeah, sure. What are you trying to imply?
I assume you didn't always have them, right?
Yeah, no, I used to have like dingo paw pads. It was weird.
Well,
Yeah, I'm uniquely qualified to understand how you feel.
Eventually, my legs rolled up into these hooves. It was horrifying. Don't...
Oh, I know.
Oh,
You don't have to remind me.
yeah, I understand you probably went through the reverse with A.
Yeah.
These two share a moment of, man, it's gross.
Those are weird,
Those are
bro.
fucking weird, bro.
well, I hope everybody's minds feel adequately cleared and refreshed.
You feeling alright, Skies?
Oh, I'm doing great.
Alright. Pats you on the back.
That was really nice, thank you.
No problem, anytime.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Well, good luck with your potion or something.
Yes, it's.
Sonder like shit.
Sonder, for once, is actually caught off guard.
Fuck. Sonder was 100% prepared to be like, all right, I'm gonna go ruin Seymour's life. And I was like, nope, I have to go back to my shop.
You gotta get Karsh's Nintendo first.
I have to go get Karsh's Nintendo PlayStation.
And like, you guys all start to sort of like dissipate back out into the city, and like Tia sort of like walks with Beretta, actually like a pretty short distance. It's just like, hey, I don't know how to put this, but I didn't realize you were cool. That's all she says, and she doesn't know how to follow it up.
Thank you. I actually was going to say something similar to you.
What have I done?
I was serious about what I said underwater. You really did brighten my day, even though you stabbed me just yesterday.
It was a pretty light stabbing. I mean, like, it was a training blow, if anything.
Right. Justify it however you want, but
I will. She smiles.
I wanted to let you know I don't want to be your enemy.
Tia sort of exhales. Well, in that case, she holds out a hand and is like, I guess I'll trust your intentions.
I think I can trust yours too.
You shake Tia's hand and is like, kind of blows off my plan for really fighting you, though.
You'd be surprised. I tend to fight all of my friends.
She like blinks, looks over, looks back at the crew out there on the dock, remembers everything that happened today, and she's like, you don't say. Well, I'll look forward to that day when it comes.
Of course. Just, don't tap out the moment you know you can't win.
She smiles and like she's about to open her mouth, looks over to the dock over here where she just burned a boat the other day. She was looking for remnants down on the bottom of the water, and she looks over to Beretta, and for the first time, Tia always has a snappy comeback. She's always ready, and she just looks at you and goes, fair enough. Waves is
I'm
like,
glad somebody moved that ugly boat.
she smiles. Yeah, me as well. You two travel into the fog. A night well spent.